Did you return to this scene at 218 East Copeland on May 24th, 2018?
Yes, I did.
Did you go alone or was anybody with you?
I was with CSI Crosby.
Any of the detectives with you?
Detective Sprague and Detective Sharp.
All right, and what was your role on this particular day?
I assisted with scene documentation as well as additional evidence collection.
And scene documentation back in 2018, still digital photography?
Yes.
May I approach the witness with BO for identification?
May.
Recognize these images?
Yes, I do.
When were these images taken?
They were taken back at the crime scene lab after we departed from the scene.
What do the images depict?
They show after the items were processed with chemicals, they show the reaction of the chemicals.
Right? And specifically, where were these chemicals applied? What piece of evidence was it that was collected that had this process put on it?
The evidence that were processed was the north wood rail and the metal frame of the interior north side rail of the bed. And
did you take any swabs of any of the evidence either on the scene or back at the Orlando Police Department that day?
Back at the crime scene lab.
All right. Did you take any swabs from the wood frame?
Yes, I did.
Did you take any swabs from the metal part of the frame of the bed?
Yes, I did.
And I believe you described it as the north side. On May 24th, is this the side of the bed closest to where the carpet and the carpet padding had been taken up?
Yes, it was.
And did you swab the wood slats that were taken?
Yes, I did.
May I approach with AE and AF?
You may.
First, AE for identification. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
And was it something that you collected?
Yes, it is.
And then when you collected it, did you package it, label it, and seal it in a similar fashion that we previously discussed with the other exhibits?
Yes.
Other than any FDLE evidence tape on it, is it in substantially the same condition as when you last saw it?
Yes, it is.
And what is it that you put into the container AE?
I had a blood swab from the interior side of the north side rail.
And AF for identification, do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
And after collecting that item and placing it in that envelope, did you label it and seal it in a similar fashion as we previously discussed with the other exhibits?
Yes.
Other than any FDLE evidence tape, is it in substantially the same condition as when you last saw it?
Yes.
What is it that you put into that envelope AF?
A blood swab from the metal frame on the interior of the north side rail.
Now, when you take these swabs, do you just take one area of suspected blood, or do you swab all the suspected areas of blood?
I swab all areas.
Any particular reason for doing it that way?
That way I can have like more suspected blood on the swab.
And is that important for the quantification and amplification process, if you know the answer to that question?
Yes, it is.
At this time, the state would move AE and AF for identification.
Any objection?
No objection.
55-56.
May I approach with AG and AR?
You may.
Showing you first AG for identification. Recognize that.
Yes, I do.
Is it something you collected that day on May 24th and then packaged and labeled and sealed in a similar fashion as the previous exhibits?
Yes.
Other than FDLE evidence tape on it, is it substantially the same condition as when you last saw it?
Yes, it is.
What did you put in that container, AG?
A suspected blood swab from the wooden slat collected from the bed frame in the upstairs loft.
And what about AR for identification? Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it that you collected and put in that envelope?
A suspected blood swab from wooden slat collected from bed frame in upstairs loft.
And did you package it, label it, and seal it in a similar fashion as the previous exhibits?
Yes, I did.
Other than any FDLE evidence tape on it, is it in substantially the same condition as when you last saw it?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move AG and AR.
Any objection?
None.
5758.
Medium your size for gloves.
Yes.
Can I approach with D for identification, space 26.
You may.
D 26.
Got it.
Open, we picked the right end. Did you open this? Could you take these items out, please?
Yes.
Could you stand up, Judge?
Of course.
Can you show those items to the jury and then show them the areas where you swabbed for suspected blood? All right. All right, you can take your seat. Turning back to BO for identification, the photographs that we were discussing, state would move BO for identification and evidence.
Any objection?
No.
Number 59.
Move to publish.
Of course.
Showing you image 11 on this exhibit. Can we have the lights? What are we looking at here?
We're looking at the north outer wood rail.
And did you use any sort of substance or substances to enhance this photograph?
Yes, I did.
What did you use?
I used a chemical detection, a blood detection chemical, to search for blood stains.
And this chemical that you use, what is to happen if there is presumptively blood?
It will luminesce in a light blue color.
All right. And did you observe that?
Yes, I did.
Did you document that with this photo?
Yes, I did.
Did you have to do anything special to photograph this, or did normal lens settings capture this?
Normal lens settings.
12, what are we looking at?
It's the outer wood rail.
13,
The same item.
14,
Same item.
15,
This would be the metal frame.
16,
The wood rail.
17,
'That would be the metal frame.
and 18,
The wood rail.
and finally, back to 11. All right. We can have the lights back, Mr. Clerk, please. Finally, on September 18th of this year, did you go out and collect a buccal swab from Jackson Cooper?
Yes, I did.
What's a buccal swab?
It's a DNA standard where we typically take a cotton tip swab and swab it inside of the cheek of the subject.
same sterile cotton swab you described and used for the other exhibits,
That's correct.
and then packaged in a similar fashion
That's correct.
into a cardboard box that kind of suspends it from touching the edges?
That's correct.
May I approach with CI for identification?
You may.
Recognize CI for identification?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize it as?
A buckle swab collected from Jackson Cooper.
Aside from any FDLE evidence tape on it, is this package in substantially the same condition as you left it when you packaged it, labeled it, and sealed it?
Yes, it is.
This time the state would move CI for identification into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
Number 60.
No other questions of this witness?
Defense cross.
Good morning.
So back in April of 2018, it's fair to say you were fairly new to the squad,
That's correct.
still in training under the supervisor, Investigator Crosby.
He was just a crime scene investigator.
Were you following him around, though, and shadowing him as you were learning, or was this just, you were just partnered with him at the time?
I was shadowing him at the time.
Okay. So when you got to the scene, how many people were on scene?
There were several officers, myself, CSI Crosby, and two detectives, Detective Sprade and Detective Sharp.
Paramedics?
No, they weren't on scene when
They had already come and gone.
Yes, that's correct.
Fair to say that there were others that might have come and gone before you got there?
That's possible.
In the course of your duties, how were you dressed that day?
I was dressed in the similar attire I'm wearing now.
What about your hands and feet when you were on the crime scene?
I don't recall at the time.
Were you wearing any sort of gloves?
Yes, I was.
What about booties on your shoes?
I don't recall.
Do you normally wear booties when you go onto crime scenes?
Yes.
And what kind of booties?
We have like blue medical booties that we will wear.
A cloth type material?
Yes.
All right. Was everybody dressed in such on their feet, if you can recall?
I don't recall.
And you didn't see the paramedics, so you have no idea how they were dressed, of course, right?
That's correct.
At some point during the course of you were out at the house twice on the 24th of April, correct?
I was there once on the 24th of April.
You didn't leave and return?
No, I did not.
Okay, so you were there on the 24th. Did you participate in the search on the 30th of April?
No, I did not.
And I think you've already testified that you were back on the 24th of May, about a month later, for some additional search.
Yes, I was.
What about on August the 29th of 18? Did you participate in the search of Mr. Tronnes' mother's home?
No.
On the 24th, did you search the main house?
Objection. Which 24th?
I'm sorry, on the 24th of April, the first day that you were there, did you search the main house that was under construction?
I was only in the upstairs loft.
Did you note that there was another piece or another structure on the property?
Yes,
Did you take a look at it at all?
I did not.
Do you know if anybody did?
I don't recall.
In the course of your duties, were you looking for weapons?
Yes.
Did you locate any weapons?
No, we did not.
Did you find any bloody clothing? Other than the clothing worn by the deceased?
No, we did not.
Did you collect any male clothing at all?
No, I did not.
On the 24th of April,
No, I did not.
24th of May?
No, I did not.
Did you find any bloody towels or cleaning supplies on the property on April the 24th?
Towels, yes.
And which towel was that?
It was located underneath the decedent.
Can you describe the color of it?
I don't recall the color.
And you said in September of this year that you collected buccal swabs of Jackson Cooper?
That is correct.
Do you have any idea why, some 5 years removed, that you're collecting buccal swabs?
Objection, work product.
Objection what, I'm sorry?
Work product.
Attorney's approach. Thank
No
you.
redirect, she may be released.
Any objection? No. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. You are released from subpoena. State next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Lori Kutcher. Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury and just spell your last name for the record?
Sure. My name is Lori Kutcher, and it's Cutcher.
And where do you work?
I work for Tritech Electronics.
Okay. And what type of company is that?
We build custom cable assemblies and harnesses for the military applications.
What is your role with that company?
So I'm in the accounting and finance department.
How long have you been in that job?
I've worked for the company for 17 years. I've been in the department I'm currently in for probably 10 of those.
All right. So did you ever know someone named Shanti Cooper or Shanti Cooper-Tronnes?
Yes.
How did you know her?
So when I was working, Shanti used to come in as our consultant. The computer system that we use is called Made to Manage, and Shanti was a Made to Manage guru, basically. And so she would come in and help and do our finances and our books and our month-end closings and that kind of thing. And so I met her that way through Tritech.
Can you tell me just a little bit more about this Made to Manage program, what it was specifically used for?
So it's used in manufacturing settings, and basically it keeps track of everything like all of the parts, the bill of material, as the product that you're building travels through the different processes that it has to go through. And on the back side of that, which is important to the accountants and the financials, is the time that labor's charged, the cost of the materials. So at the end of the day, it's kind of like a giant job costing thing.
And would you say Shanti was a subject matter expert on that program?
100%.
Do you recall when it was that you first met Shanti?
I don't remember the exact day that I met her. I know it was at Tritech. She had come in to do some stuff for us then, and it was before I was actually working in our accounting and finance department. So I didn't have a lot of interface with her, but, you know, we would speak and be friendly. And then after I moved into the accounting finance department, I worked very closely with her.
Would you say your relationship with Shanti was business, personal, or both?
It was both.
So first I want to talk to you about the business relationship you had
Sure.
with Shanti. Did you have an ongoing business relationship with her back in April of 2018?
I did, because Shanti used to come do stuff for us at TriTech very often, and she used to tell me all the time what a great job I was doing and how busy she was, and she could use some extra help. So then I approached her and said, I would like some supplemental income. Would this be a thing? And she said, of course, I would be definitely interested in that, but I want you to go to the management at TriTech first and approach them and tell them that you need supplemental income or you're going to do some outside work, and just make sure, see how that goes. So I did, and they said, yeah, that's fine. We have no problem with that. So then I ended up working as a consultant directly for Shanti for process improvements.
And so about how often or how many hours a week, roughly, would you work with Shanti?
So mostly what I did for Shanti was month-end related. So we were very, very busy from the last probably 2 days at the end of the month through the first week of the new month. And then it was just sporadic little, if somebody had a problem, if somebody had a question, if somebody needed something unrelated to month end. So it was like dribs and drabs, I guess I'm trying to say. We had busy times where we talked daily, and then we would go a week or a week and a half with very minimal.
So you would be more likely to work with her towards the end of a month?
Correct.
Fair to say? Okay.
Correct.
When you would communicate for work, how is it that you would communicate it? Would it be by phone call, by text, by video conference, in person?
All of the above. Phone call, text. We used GoToMeeting for our video kind of things. And sometimes, we would hop on a GoToMeeting and she would literally take me through the screens on hers and show me things she wanted to see. Other times she would take control of Other times she would take control of my screen and show me things. And so, but lots and lots of texts, phone calls.
Was she, would you say, a bit of a mentor or trainer to you in some ways?
100%.
If you were to call her or text her related to a business matter, how long did it typically take her to respond?
Instantaneously, if at all possible. If she couldn't get to you right away, she at least would respond with, I'm out, I'll get right back to you, or I don't know, I'm going to find out and get right back to you. She never, ever, ever and she was big with me when I started having face-to-face, well, not face-to-face, but person-to-person contact with the process improvement clients. You answer. You don't let things go.
So that's something that she actually sort of mentored or trained you on.
100%.
Being responsive to clients. Is that fair to say?
Yep.
Would it be unusual for her, and obviously I think based on what you just said, I know the answer to this, but would it be unusual for her to not respond within a couple of hours of you texting her about something work-related?
Super unusual.
As far as the personal relationship with Shanti, what sorts of things would the two of you do socially?
So we went shopping. We went to lunch a couple of times. We went to a concert together. We went to dinner.
About how often would you see her in person, either for business or personal matters?
So towards the end, Shanti, because she was training me and I was getting better at what I was doing, she was only having to come on site to TriTech once every quarter. So I at least saw her once a quarter in person. Go to meetings, I saw her probably at least once a month. And the personal in face-to-face were just kind of scattered. It wasn't, I can't give a real...
Did you ever, in your in-person interactions with her, have occasion to see her engagement or wedding ring?
I did.
Do you remember what it looked like?
I do.
Were you friends with Shanti on Facebook? Have you had a chance to see her Facebook?
I was.
Did she ever post about that engagement?
She did.
And have you looked at that post?
I saw it when she made it. And the first time that I saw her after she had gotten it, when she came to TriTech for something, of course, we oohed and awed over it, and, And
after she was engaged and you first saw it, was there ever a time that you remember seeing her after that she wasn't wearing her engagement ring?
I don't remember not seeing it, but that's not necessarily something I'm laser focused on looking at somebody anyway. So, I mean, the first time she came after she got it, it's a big deal because you know it's brand new and she just got it. But after that, you kind of don't really pay attention.
Is there any time in your mind that it sticks out that you notice she's not wearing a wedding or
No.
wedding or engagement ring?
No.
All right. Let the record reflect, I'm showing opposing counsel what's been marked for identification as state CE. Wish to approach the witness?
May?
Let the record reflect, I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification as state CE. Have you take a look at this and let me know if you recognize it.
Yes, that's the ring.
Is
And that's
that-
the Facebook post.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of Shanti's engagement ring and the Facebook post she made regarding it?
Yes.
At this time, the state offers into evidence what's previously marked for identification as states CE.
Any objection? No. Number 61.
Permission to publish?
May?
Can you see that on your screen?
I can.
Is this the Facebook post that you saw related to Shanti's engagement ring?
Yes, it is.
And is this the ring that you saw her wearing in person and you sort of showing off when she was first engaged?
Yes, it is.
And in this upper right on the photo, let me get. In this upper right, if you could just sort of look over your shoulder, I'm sorry, is this a photo of Shanti and David Tronnes?
Yes, it is.
So speaking of David Tronnes, that we just saw in that photograph, had you ever met him?
I had.
Okay. Do you recall how many times or under what circumstances?
I know that he came to TriTech on at least one occasion that I met him. I met him at their house a couple of times. I met him at World of Beer when we were out having dinner, and we went to the concert together.
So I want to talk a little bit about the house. Did you ever have an occasion to go to Shanti's house?
I did.
And were you aware of the construction or
I was.
renovation issues?
Yes.
What do you recall about that?
I remember that it was just an ongoing process. She would say, oh, well, they made progress on this, but we found this, and this is a delay, and oh, we had to change this plans for this, and, they put some kind of special air conditioning unit in that then they had to change a bunch of stuff, and so I know it was just an ongoing, continuous kind of a thing.
So at what point was it that you found out that Shanti was murdered?
So Shanti was...
That Shanti had died.
So Shanti was supposed to come to TriTech on Thursday. I guess it would be, the 26th, for our quarter-end review.
And sorry, let me stop you there. You said the 26th. Do you mean April 26th of 2018?
I believe so, yes. Yes. And so she was supposed to come for our quarter-end review, and our computer systems went down. So my supervisor said, go ahead and call Shanti and tell her don't bother to head this way, because without the computers, we have nothing to look at. And I called the process improvement phone line, and Dave answered and told me that Shanti had passed.
Okay. When you were told that, do you recall any specifics of what he said about that she had passed?
He said he came home and he found her and he couldn't resuscitate her, and that he called 911 and there was nothing they could do.
Okay. What did you do after? And this is a phone conversation?
Yes.
What did you do after that phone conversation?
So I was very hysterically crying because, Shanti was my mentor. She was also my friend and my business associate. And I went into my boss's office to tell her that what I had just learned from Dave. And Dave was crying when I talked to him on the phone and all upset. And so Tammy said, I must have still been on the phone because Tammy said, call him back and tell him when work is over, we'll come by there to see if there's anything he needs from us or anything we can do to help him. And so that's what I did. And
So at some point, I guess after the conversation, did you actually go to the Tronnes house?
yes, we did.
And is this still on April 26th?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And so you get to the house. Do you make contact with David Tronnes?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me about what happens then?
So we got there and we came up to the gate and we called out to him and he showed up. I don't know from where, but he showed up and he let us in and we talked in the garage and he was crying and distraught and very upset and said that, so here's the thing with Shanti, with the being prompt with the clients, then David had told me that he had been questioned all night at the police department. So I knew that Shanti probably had 3,000 emails that had queued up at that point in time. And I asked David, did I have permission to notify the clients? And he said, yes, but I felt it was disrespectful to notify the clients before notifying Shanti's family. So then I said, have you notified Shanti's family and friends? And he said, no. So Tammy and I offered to help him do that.
And did you ultimately assist in notifying some individuals about?
I personally did not. Tammy made some phone calls because I was pretty distraught myself. So.
And when you went to the house and you talked to Dave, did you have any further discussion about how Shanti died?
He told us that she had head trauma and facial bruising.
Did he tell you that the police had told him that she had been murdered?
He did not ever say murdered, no.
Did he tell you that she had been strangled?
Never.
Would you recognize David Tronnes if you were to see him?
Yes.
Is he in the courtroom?
He is.
Okay, if you could just point him out and describe something he's wearing for the record.
He's wearing a striped tie and glasses.
Let the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
Thank you.
I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Defense, cross whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Ms. Cochard.
Good morning.
So you had an opportunity to meet and socialize with David Tronnes, correct?
Correct.
How would you describe him?
He was always very nice and polite and kind.
You had an opportunity during the times that you spent over at the house and interacting socially to see how he interacted with his wife, Shanti?
Yes.
You mentioned that some of the activities that you participated with with Shanti socially included going shopping, going to dinner. That dinner, was that enjoyed with Mr. Tronnes?
Yes, it was.
And tell us about that dinner. Who went?
Shanti and Dave were already there with some of their other friends. I can't remember who all was there, but I know that Dan and Cindy Dow were there because that's when I met Dan and Cindy. And my husband and myself and my daughter met them. It was at World of Beer, and we met up there with them and just had some food and some drinks and just socialized.
When was that?
I don't remember exactly. I know it was before January of 2018. It was in 2017. That's the best I can do.
All right. You also mentioned a concert. Did David go with you and Shanti to that concert?
Yes, he did.
Who else went?
It was just David and Shanti and myself and my husband.
Okay. Where was the concert?
It was at House of Blues.
At where?
Downtown Disney.
Okay, so in this area.
Yes.
Did you all ride together?
We did. My husband and I went by Shanti and Dave's house and picked them up.
Okay. How much time did you spend together with them on that occasion?
A few hours.
Had you also socialized at their house?
My husband and I never socialized at their house together. I had been to David and Shanti's house, not really on social occasions, but more business. But my husband, that's the first time he'd ever been there.
During those business interactions at the Tronnes house, did you have an opportunity to observe Shanti and her husband David together?
Yes.
How would you describe what you observed of their relationship?
A normal relationship.
Okay. Did David seem that he was loving to Shanti?
Yes.
Vice versa, she was loving to him?
Yes.
The prosecutor had asked you some questions about the engagement ring. You saw the social media post. Everyone saw that post, correct? It was something she was proud of. Anybody that followed her, yes?
I would think so, yeah. I mean, I don't know how much attention everybody pays, but
And you indicated that you can't really remember a time that she didn't have the ring, but that wasn't something that you were hyper-focused on.
absolutely.
Did you ever learn of a time that, she had to have the ring repaired?
No.
When you would interact with her at the house, what time were these meetings that you would have at her house?
I can't say. I don't have any recollection of specific times.
Okay. Were they during normal business
It would be during
hours?
normal business hours for sure.
Did you have any personal knowledge about her nighttime, bedtime routine?
No.
Did you have any knowledge about her early morning, waking up, getting
Yes.
ready for work?
Yes.
routine? Okay.
I could text her at 5 o'clock in the morning and she would answer me.
But you don't know whether she would take her ring off at night or put
Oh, no, I don't know that.
like that? Okay. During the time that you knew Shanti and David, did you ever become aware of any trouble that they were having?
No.
Were you aware of the opportunity for them to do the zombie house flippers?
I was.
How did you find out about that?
Shanti told us about it on one of our times when she was at TriTech.
And how did she seem when she told you about it?
She seemed excited about it, and we, of course, said, the typical, oh, that's so cool, let me know when and if it happens, because we want to make sure we don't miss it.
During the times that you were over at the house, did you have an opportunity to see Dave and interact with him there at the house?
Yes, I mean, minimally, because we were there to discuss business with Shanti, but yeah.
What kinds of things would he be doing when you were over?
Taking care of the dogs, cleaning the pool. I believe on one of our meetings that we were over there, he made everybody like water and iced tea and, something to drink.
Okay. Where did you enjoy the water and iced tea?
On the back porch, they had table and chair out there next to the pool area.
So there was a living area outdoors?
I wouldn't call it a living area, but it was, table and chairs, like a patio set.
Okay. A place where people could hang out and talk.
Correct.
You indicated on your direct examination with Mr. Smith that it would be I think these were your words, super unusual for Shanti not to respond to a text message or a phone call or an email.
Yes.
Did you become aware that Shanti had an illness a few months prior to her death?
I knew that she had had an emergency appendectomy.
After she had the emergency appendectomy, did you notice any difference in her responsiveness?
No.
I think you indicated that you found out from David on the phone that Shanti had passed.
Correct.
How would you describe his demeanor when you talked to him on the phone?
He was distraught. He was crying and he was very distraught.
Approximately what time was that on Thursday that you had that phone call with him?
I don't know for sure. I would like to say it was probably in the neighborhood of 8 o'clock.
In the morning?
Yes.
And then you said you told your supervisor, Tammy?
Correct.
And the two of you made a plan to go over later that day?
Correct.
Do you remember what time it was when you went over?
We actually did not wait until after work because I was distraught. So the president of our company said, you guys just go ahead. Go take care of whatever you need to do. And so I would guesstimate, again, I don't know. I was in grief. I was in shock. It probably was somewhere around 10 or 10:30 when we got there.
Later in the morning?
Yes.
And how did David appear to you?
He was still crying and distraught and disheveled and just out of sorts.
Okay. when he had the conversation with you and he was describing what had happened to her, was he upset?
He was upset.
One moment, please. Oh, yeah, when, the concert that you guys went on, when was that in time?
I believe it was December of 2017.
Okay,
Not 100% though.
all right. And did David and Shanti seem happy?
They did.
Did you talk to Shanti pretty much every day?
Not every day, but very often.
Okay. Had you talked to her on the Monday before her death?
I don't think so because my birthday was on Sunday the 22nd and she texted me happy birthday and I want to say that's the last communication that I had with her.
Did you ever become aware of any dental issues she was having?
I was not aware of dental issues.
All right. How did you prepare for your testimony today?
I just thought about what happened. I read through my prior transcript,
Okay. Have you watched any of
prayed.
have you watched any of the testimony in this trial?
I have watched a little bit of it yesterday morning. I can't watch a lot of it because it's too painful and I just don't. There are things I don't need to know.
I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
Briefly, Your Honor. So you went to a concert with Dave and Shanti, and you think around December 2017. It seems like you also might have gone to dinner or World of Beer with them somewhere around then. Did you ever have any interactions with the two of them together since December of 2017?
I don't think so, but I can't be 100% certain that there wasn't some kind of a brief business meeting. But I don't. There's none that I recall.
Thank you.
May this witness be excused from subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, defense? Thank you. You may step down. You are excused.
Thank you.
Attorneys, will you approach? And state you may call your next witness.
Jacqueline Spence?
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
May it please the court?
You may proceed.
All right, you were very soft-spoken when you answered Mr. Clerk. There is a microphone in front of you, so if you need to lean into it for amplification, please do. But can you tell us your first and last name and spell them both?
Jacqueline Spence, Jacqueline Spence.
And do you live in the Delaney Park area of Orlando?
Yes.
How long have you lived in that area?
About 10 years now.
And in living in this area of town, did you get to know a Shanti Cooper or Shanti Cooper-Tronnes or David Tronnes or both?
Yes.
And during the course of knowing them, did you ever see either of them or both of them separately or together walking in the neighborhood?
Yes.
All right, so let's break that down since it was a big compound question. Did you ever see Shanti Cooper-Tronnes walking around in the neighborhood alone?
Not typically.
All right. Did you ever see David Tronnes walking around in the neighborhood alone?
Yes.
Do you see David Tronnes in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Would you point out where he is and what he's wearing?
Over there, glasses, black jacket, striped tie, blue shirt.
At the end of a table?
Yes.
Let the record reflect she's identified the defendant. And when you saw the defendant walking alone, approximately what time of day or what times of day, plural, would it be?
Variable. Sometimes in the morning, sometimes in the afternoon. It was just varied.
And when he walked alone, did he have any canine companions?
Typically, yes.
All right. And when you say typically, can you assign a percentage? Was it 100%, something less than that?
Almost always.
All right. So in all the times that you saw him walking, how many times would you say you saw him walking without a dog or dogs?
Probably 2 or 3.
All right. And do you have any idea what times of day those times might have been?
Always daytime hours, so daylight.
Did you ever see the two of them walking together?
Not usually. I don't believe ever.
Without going into your specific address, how far away, either in terms of distance or house plots, did you live from them when they lived at 218 East Copeland?
They are my backdoor neighbors.
All right, so is it fair to say the back of your property abutted the back of their property?
Yes.
And getting in and out of Delaney Park to get to the main thoroughfare, which I believe is Orange Avenue, are there limited ways to do that?
Yes? Yes.
So I'm just saying it wouldn't be unusual if you were in your car to see people walking because there's only so many ways to get to Orange Avenue from where you live.
Correct.
All right. Now, on April 24th of 2018, do you recall that day?
Yes.
And did you make a trip to go anywhere in the morning, almost up into the noon hour?
Yes.
Where did you go?
I took my kids to school. I went to the gym. I went to Publix, and then I came home.
Approximately what time did you get home?
It was around 11:50.
And what was your path of travel once you were getting into the neighborhood area of Delaney Park?
I came from Publix on Delaney. I took a left onto Miller, and then turned a right onto my street, or onto Lerna.
All right. And so, for those of us that aren't super familiar, Delaney, does that run north and south?
Yes.
And Miller, how does that run?
East and west.
All right. And so, now with that context, run us through your path of travel again.
I was headed north on Delaney, and I went west onto Miller, headed towards Orange Avenue.
Did your travels bring you all the way to Orange Avenue at that point, or did you just go to your home?
I went home.
While you were traveling, did you see either Shanti Cooper-Tronnes or David Tronnes, the defendant, walking?
Yes, I saw David.
And when he was walking, did he have any canine companion or companions with him?
Not on this day.
And do you recall anything about what he was wearing?
Yes. He was wearing light-colored shorts and a light-colored t-shirt.
And light is a very relative term to all of us. Is it light like a white blouse, or did it have any color to it?
I believe the shorts were khaki, and I think the shirt was a white color.
All right. And this shirt, sleeves, no sleeves, short sleeves, long sleeves?
Short sleeves.
Okay. So like a T-shirt?
Yes.
Any print on it, or was it just a plain shirt?
I can't recall.
Do you recall which direction he was traveling?
He was walking west on Miller.
All right. And so west, from this point of view, coming from Delaney, is that taking him towards Orange Avenue?
Yes.
And is it towards his property and your property?
In a roundabout way, yes, if you were walking around the block.
Okay. And Miller, the east-west street, is this north or south of where they lived on Copeland and where you lived on your street?
It is south.
Okay. And then are there side streets that could take one up to Copeland from there?
Yes.
Okay. Did you stop and interact with him on that day?
No.
Just saw him walking?
Correct.
All right. No other questions?
Ross?
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Testified that you've seen David walking alone previously,
Yes.
and the times of day that he walked varied.
Yes,
You've seen him walk morning and evening,
yes,
as well as afternoon sometimes?
yes, usually during daylight hours.
And while he normally has dogs, you've seen him without dogs?
Yes, on 1 or 2 occasions.
Fair to say that you have other things going on in your life than watching the comings and going of David and Shanti Cooper-Tronnes?
Yes,
So there may have been times that he went walking that you didn't observe him?
I'm sure.
When you saw David walking, what was he wearing?
Shorts and a t-shirt.
All right, thank you. Good.
No redirect. This witness may be excused.
Any objection, defense?
No.
Thank you. You may step down. You are excused. And we are going to go ahead and take a morning recess, about a little less than 10 minutes probably, if you want to follow the deputy out. We'll be in recess until 11:05. You don't need to stand. I'm just doing it for comfort. In recess till 11:05.
This wasn't a feature. This wasn't a feature. I'm sorry. I think you just reviewed it. I mean, if you
It is weird. I don't usually work with people. So supposedly 3? All goes as planned, and if this is actually the battle plans, the Death Star plans, I don't know.
I did notice your socks. I don't know if you see my Jeep up there, but I've got the whole rebellion.
I'm Empire.
So mine has I didn't notice those, but I didn't.
You watch Ahsoka?
No, I don't.
You gotta get with it.
I don't watch them. I'm not very responsible.
I don't either. I could literally delete all of my channels except for sports and Disney Plus. Well, I recommend it.
I will try.
And if you like the deep, thoughtful, like political thriller, Andor was very, very good.
I'll have to.
Yeah. Fun spaghetti western. Obi-Wan. I think you're talking about Andor. Cassian Andor. It's a slow start if you didn't like watch Rogue One and aren't deeply into it.
Is that a movie, Rogue One?
Yeah. mom tossed all those things when I was still in home because she passed away when I was in high school. She got rid of them, and I'm like, what? They'd be worth so much now. Not that I'd ever give them away. I have a stepson, but I mean, he's 28 and actually puts real rockets into orbit. He works for NASA. He's contemplating working for Elon Musk. Yeah, but like, do you want to sleep in your cot?
For a year or two, and then like get off to the sunset.
Beyonce's not going to be that. She's got great hours. She's a PA and she works Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, 12-hour shifts. Treats us full time.
Samantha loves the DOT gig. Couldn't sit in office.
Yeah. Oh, the reality of it's for what we do. I was like in office 42 weeks a year to do this, 10 weeks a year, hopefully.
We're in a house.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, you too.
I was in court at a lot of guys do not the entire morning.
That's why I can't practice here. Obviously, the paid the way they go 2 weeks of hearings, it's a trial, and every day's going to go, and the role it just kills my calendar. Can't even work too much. All Orlando or nothing.
Looking at the head. Good, yours is much more. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't miss those days. Being thrown up on and pooped on. Although my 16-year-old son who's got no anywhere.
10 years, 10 weeks.
Like, you know, Samantha has described him before, and, you know, like, I just imagine him as, like, completely decrepit. I mean, he's still...
He's got energy. He gets around. Just me. Actually, the seizures.
I've been to Jacksonville since a
Oh, that's good.
But he just pees wherever he wants to.
That's what
Thank God
she's...
we don't have rugs or carpet, rather, but the rugs are taking the beating.
Your life in your own hands.
Needed gas.
She's
Yeah, you gotta stop where you gotta stop.
Do some yoga too.
Yep, I teach at a couple of studios. Well, the inversion table is magic.
I'm 285 pounds. So I'm a big guy. So that's yeah.
How tall are you?
6'3".
Yeah. You look taller. Like, you have an
Just have to
impressive
pull
presence.
the belt tight to find where the waist was.
So how did yoga come up?
You know, I was
Ryan.
saying, I'm going to get into yoga. I'm like, I like my yoga. Work out in slow motion.
Oh, you come to my class, you'll get a cardio workout too.
That's over my pay grade.
Well, we don't have heat in the studio in DeLand, so I have to work up the body temp somehow.
Did you grow up here?
Down in Palm Beach.
All right.
Matthew. State ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Fence ready? We can bring them out. These are really nice guys. It's weird to me. And now he's made all this stuff. I'm in this division next year. I'm done down out there. So it's hard. And I really try to. Because I see this in the children. I really wanted to end it. It is absolutely my favorite rotation. We have a good memory time, but I just feel like the fact that we just constantly. And I think before, State, you may call your next witness.
At this time, the state calls Dana Duran.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you speak up just a little bit?
Yeah, good morning.
And can you just introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Dana. My last name's Duran, Duran.
And what city do you live?
Eustis, Florida.
Are you currently employed?
Yes.
Where do you work?
I work for a toxicology lab. I'm a territory account manager. It's with GH Labs.
Did you know a person named Shanti Cooper or Shanti Cooper-Tronnes?
Yes.
How did you know her?
She was my college roommate and my best friend.
So how long had you known her up to the point of her death?
Gosh, we met in 2000.
And did the two of you remain friends after college?
Yes. Yeah.
During your friendship with Shanti, did you ever meet her husband, David Tronnes?
Yes.
Roughly how many times did you meet him?
Oh, several. I mean, I was her best friend, so we hung out lots. Yeah.
Did you ever observe any tension in the relationship between David and Shanti?
Yes. It was.
Can you just describe their relationship that you observed?
Yeah, it was very rocky. It had a lot of good points, especially early on. But that's what a lot of relationships are like. And but it ended up being really, really rocky as time went on. Often really good or really bad. But I did see a lot, and I felt a lot of the times that I kind of was a mediator when I would go hang out with them, kind of dissolve some of the issues that they had. as I was their friends.
Did you yourself ever witness any arguments or bickering problems with them while you were present?
Yes.
Do you recall the source of any of those issues?
It would just be, little, a quick comments back and forth, just a little snap here and there kind of comments. But offhand, it could have been on a number of little things, like you didn't grab that for me, you didn't get this for me, little things. And it was both ways.
Were you ever made aware of any tensions related to the house that they lived in at 218 East Copeland?
Yeah, I mean, it was being that it was under the renovation and going through all that they were going through and trying to decide on several different contractors and how to go about it. There was a lot of tension. That was a lot of fights and, hey, I want my staircase this way. I want this way. But, it's common.
Were you ever there personally to witness those fights or arguments?
It's funny because a lot of the times if they did, they tried to work with each other too. So if they bickered, they tried to amend things later by, okay, well, we'll talk about that later,
Were you ever at their residence while the construction was going on?
Yes, in many different ways, because when I was there when they got it and acquired it, so I saw it with the old walls, and then I saw it without the walls, and I saw the blueprints, and so we went through a lot of that phase.
When would you estimate the last time you saw the house?
I'd probably say maybe December 2017-ish, yeah.
And what was the state of the house at that time?
No walls. And the last time I remember when I had seen it, they were like working out of the makeshift kitchen because it had been pretty much, dismantled. And they were of course they were living in the mother-in-law in the back. But yeah, that's what I remember is the dismantled kitchen. And then they were working on certain parts that they were going to move.
Were you aware of their sleeping situation at the house?
Yes.
What was that?
That was them all living in the mother-in-law suite.
Okay.
And then utilizing the house as they needed, the kitchen.
So did you ever have any knowledge of David living in the garage area?
I had heard that a few times. I didn't encounter that when I would visit, but yeah.
Did you ever witness Shanti say any cutting or rude comments to Dave in your presence?
She could have a lip with her, a mouth on her, she spoke her mind if she felt, something was not right. She was a strong, beautiful woman that stood up for herself too, if she needed to. Yeah.
Did you ever notice her engagement ring?
Yes.
Did you ever notice her not wearing her ring when you were around her? After the engagement, obviously.
Yeah, no, she loved that ring.
How was it that you found out about Shanti's death?
I found out on a Saturday, and I know she was killed on Tuesday. And I found out through my other best friend who called me.
Did Dave ever reach out to you and tell you about her death?
No, never. And I was her best friend and his friend.
And the person we've been talking about is Dave Tronnes. Would you recognize him if you were to see him?
Yeah.
Is he in the courtroom?
Yes, he is.
If you could just point him out and describe something he's wearing for the record.
He's in that black suit and the tie.
Let the record reflect the witness identify the defendant.
Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ross?
Good morning.
Now, I think you described yourself as Shanti's best friend.
Mm-hmm.
She was married before, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes. I'm sorry.
Did you go to her wedding?
I wasn't able to attend. I was invited. I wasn't able to attend. I had started a new job.
During your relationship, is it fair to say that you and Shanti would have periods where you weren't as close or didn't communicate as much?
There were times because she was busy and working. So as a best friend, we were very close, but she was very independent. So she was kind of like, I live my life. I'm going to go hang out with her man. So she did a lot of that, and we would hang out here and there. So, yeah, but it also was that she did want to see me a lot. towards many times in those cases, what happened is that I felt like a mediator. So a lot of the energy was really tough, and it started to get even tougher. So I didn't hang out as much when it was offered.
You were spending the most time with Dave and Shanti together earlier in time in their relationship, and not as much later on, correct?
No, not at all. Like, it wasn't as much early on as it was towards the end.
Okay. How much time
opposite.
did you actually spend with Shanti once they moved into the loft?
Once they moved into that house or
Into
the
the
loft? A lot. We would go hang out on the weekends. We'd go swim in the pool. My kids are her kids' age, so we hung out quite a bit.
And when you would hang out with Shanti, would Dave also be there?
Yes.
All right. I don't have any other. Oh, let me ask you this. I'm sorry. Did you come to learn about the potential for them to participate in the Zombie House Flippers program?
Yes. She had called me and told me towards the end that that's the decision that they had come together and made, that they were about to start filming. So she had told me that story.
Okay. Was she excited about that?
Yeah.
I think you had mentioned that you were Shanti's college roommate, yes?
Yes.
Did you share the same room together?
No, we had a 2-bedroom townhome.
All right. Have you ever slept in the same room with her?
Yeah.
Were you aware of her snoring issue?
Yes.
Okay, and describe that.
It wasn't something that I ever encountered from back in the day, but I remember her saying that she has an issue. She has to wear a CPAP.
She what?
She had to wear a CPAP.
CPAP. Okay. Do you know how compliant she was with you using that CPAP?
Not really. And I know that it bothered him. I remember her telling me, I feel really bad because it bothers him.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how did you prepare for your testimony today?
I had some questions that I knew I would get questioned, and that's it.
Okay. Did you review any prior statements that you gave?
No.
Okay. Have you watched any testimony or evidence that's been presented in this trial?
No, I haven't.
State, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused from subpoena? Yes. Any objection, defense?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. You may step down. You are excused.
Thank you.
State, next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Keith Horry. Horry.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury and just spell your last name for the record?
My name is Keith Ori. The last name is O-R-I.
And what do you do for work?
I am a real estate investor, and I appear on the A&E television series Zombie House Flipping.
How long have you been involved with that show?
We filmed the pilot in November 2014, so for quite some time.
Did your work at some point bring you in contact with a person named David Tronnes?
That's correct.
How was it that you first came into contact with David Tronnes?
He reached out to me. I wouldn't remember the time period, but he had evidently begun work on his house, and he was referred by a neighbor. I had just won my second Historic Preservation Award from the city, and he had a historic house and asked if I could come by and take a look at it. It was a cold call out of the blue.
And so that first time, I guess when you met him about he wanted you to look at the house, did you actually go look at the house?
I think I did, and we talked, and he said he'd be in touch if he, wanted to talk more about it or what have you, but I didn't hear from him again, at least not for quite some time.
And at first, did you think that house would be a good candidate for the show Zombie House Flipping that you worked on?
Not necessarily originally, because in my recollection, the length of time it would have taken to renovate from the position it was in would have probably been too long for the arc of one of our shows.
And when you first went to the house, can you describe the state that it was in?
To be perfectly honest, I don't remember the exact state it was in the first time I looked at it. The second time I remember really quite clearly, though.
Would it be fair to say that it had sort of digressed from the first time you saw it to the second time? Was it more sort of demolished or destroyed?
From the first time to the second time, yes, considerably.
Okay. So if you could just tell the jury about how it is that you ended up taking a look at the house the second time.
So I received a call from Mr. Cooper-Tronnes about 6 months after the first time, and I went by the house. I wasn't necessarily expecting very much, but when I walked inside, it was something I hadn't seen before. I don't think very many people get to see. We talk in terms with respect to renovations. We talk in terms of taking a house down to studs, meaning removing the drywall or plaster on the interior dividing walls to gain access and move walls around. In Mr. Cooper-Tronnes' house, the studs had been removed. There were no interior dividing walls at all. In my recollection, there was a partial floor between the first and second floor. There was a little bit of framing, I think, that you could maybe stand on, but you had to use a ladder to get to it, if I remember correctly. Basically, the house was a large, almost like a shoebox, a two-story shoebox, and the alarming part was that not just that the interior dividing walls and supports were removed, but the exterior walls, which were framed. It's a 1920-something house, I think. The exterior framing on the house was largely destroyed by wood-destroying organisms. So it was basically being held up by 2 layers of plaster that had been at some point subsequently applied to the framing on the outside of the house and had created sort of a concrete shell. And I had brought
Let me just stop you there.
Sure.
When you say wood destroying, do you mean things like termites and things like that?
Actually, more in this case, probably water more than termites. The wood that was used back at that point in time was treated with something that the EPA certainly wouldn't allow these days, but it made a lot of the houses from that period largely impervious to termites. The area that I noticed the most destruction in was below the windows. The older type windows with the lead weights on the side that would act as counterbalances, the wooden windows. They weren't perfect at preventing water intrusion in all cases, so below the window openings, and there are many of them, the wood was largely destroyed. The exterior framing was largely destroyed under the window openings.
So ultimately, after this second view of the house, were you hired by David Cooper-Tronnes to help renovate the house?
There were some more discussions. I had some structural engineer friends of mine come over. We walked in the house. They looked around and asked if we could talk outside because they didn't feel safe in the house.
So is it fair to say there was actually a concern that the house was not even safe enough to do work on initially?
That was expressed, that the house was in a state where it could potentially collapse at any given moment. Now, as it turns out, the house is still standing, and the stucco on the outside of the house is apparently quite rigid. But the structural engineers I employed at the time had some serious concerns.
So, moving beyond their concern, ultimately, did you decide to go forward with a renovation of the house?
Yeah, it was a unique opportunity. Nobody gets to do that kind of work. It's unheard of, where you have a 2-story shell and you rebuild a house structurally from the inside. So it was a fascinating sort of a challenge.
And so you were hired, were you paid by David Tronnes to work on the house?
I was.
And what was the payment agreement that you had?
It was monthly. I don't remember the precise amount. It wasn't a great deal of money, and it probably wasn't enough. But it was, it was what it was.
And so sort of this is a parallel thing happening. Is it fair to say that you were doing some work on the house in your sort of day job, and then also the house had some interest to you as part of your role with the zombie house flipping show?
Well, when I contracted with David, we were between seasons on zombie house flipping, and in that business, you don't necessarily know if you're going to have a subsequent season. You can either have your show renewed during the season or at some point after a prior season ends. And in this case, we had finished. It may have been season 2, I think, and we were or may have been season 2, and we were waiting to see if we would get renewed. As it turned out, during the period of time I was working on Mr. Tronnes' house, the show did get renewed, and so the first thought is, we need houses.
And so you had the thought that this house would be something that could be featured on the show?
Yeah, absolutely. It was, as I said, a unique opportunity to showcase something that nobody ever gets to do or see.
And so did you discuss that with Mr. Tronnes, the possibility of being on the show?
I did.
Okay. And was he receptive to that?
He and Shanti both were.
And when was this first conversation that you sort of talked about that with him?
I don't know when the first conversation was. I do know that the house was greenlighted by the producers of the show, and I was told that at that time when it was greenlighted that we had to stop construction entirely on it because part of the format of the show at that time included demo day, doing demo at the beginning of an episode. And if we had gone any further on that house, there wouldn't be anything left to demo. There was some residual items that could still be removed that would fulfill that obligation to the show. So that would have been in early March of that year, and I had a conversation with Dave and Shanti where I explained if we wanted to do this, we would have to stop work on the house until filming began. And I think filming was to begin in maybe the second week of May that year. So it was probably, 2 months of downtime would have been required.
And did they agree to that wait to be on the show?
They did.
Okay.
They did.
And did that affect the sort of delay? Did that affect your payment as it related to the work that you had sort of started on the renovation of the house?
In a small way, I guess. It was I was paid X number per month, and we had I wouldn't even call it a dispute. It was just a question about whether I would be paid my monthly fee for the construction during the wait, and that was. And
you and Dave had some sort of a misunderstanding about that, but it was something that was worked out ultimately.
Yeah, sure. I had anticipated, as we were continuing to do planning and engineering and what have you, that I would be paid, continually. And Dave and Shanti, I presume it was both of them, wanted to pause payment until physical construction began again.
And when you would be interacting with the Tronnes related to your work on the house and also the show, who was your primary point of contact?
Oh, Dave was.
Would you say that you interacted with him about the house much more than Shanti?
Yeah, Shanti was working a great deal. He would communicate her desires. I would see her frequently, but it was more like Dave's full-time job, almost, I guess I would say.
Did you ever know during your time that you knew Dave him to have any other job?
I was aware that he had explained to me that he had worked for a chemical company up north somewhere, Minnesota or Wisconsin or something like that.
But, I mean, did you ever know in your time with him to work anywhere in Orlando?
No, we didn't know each other socially. I didn't go into those kind of details.
Okay. All right. So, at some point, the construction on the house stops based on waiting for the schedule of the TV show to begin. And did you at some point request a sit down with both David and Shanti before the production of the show began?
Yeah, that was necessary because the nightmare scenario is that you get into a house, that you start filming a house, that you commit production resources which go into the thousands of dollars per day, and then at some point into the episode, halfway, what have you, a client would decide to stop, or to not continue, or to disallow filming, when the production company that I work for, could have conceivably spent a couple $100,000 at that point, and had an episode on their schedule with the network. So that's a situation we all work very, very hard to avoid in advance. And so to ensure that we were all on the same page, I asked for a sit-down meeting.
And before we get to that meeting, I meant to ask you, what is the benefit to a homeowner in being on a show like Zombie House Flipping?
Sure. So there are financial benefits, but they're modest, maybe $20,000 to $30,000 of what we call trade outs, which could be free appliances or cabinets or services in kind that are provided by a company that wants to have their products showcased on one of our episodes. So that in this case, the Tronneses would have been the beneficiary of the hypothetical free appliances, free cabinets, what have you. And then there's obviously the to whatever degree the pride or the knowledge that they have that their house is on television, sort of thing.
In your experience, did the fact of having a house being on a show like that, did that tend to raise value of properties?
That's an excellent question. We're prohibited by the network for example, for advertising when we sell the houses that it is a TV house, that it's from Zombie House Flipping, so to speak. But because of the trade outs that we're able to use, sometimes the finishes on the house exceed, or most of the time the finishes on the house exceed what you would find in a conventional flip, so that the houses are finished to the nines, kind of thing. And because of that increase in goods, effort, finishes, what have you, the houses can carry a higher value because of that.
All right, so I want to go back to that meeting the sit-down meeting that you wanted to have with David and Shanti. Did you have any difficulty in getting that sit-down scheduled?
There was some difficulty. David expressed that, and this was mostly done by text, David expressed that he wanted to know if he could just handle the meeting himself, if they could do it while they were both in the car and call me on a sort of a group call, speakerphone, things like that. And I felt that we really needed to look each other in the eyes, at least I did, and make sure we were all on the same page, because it had been some time. I think we stopped construction, like I said, in the beginning of March, and this would have been over a month later. We hadn't communicated a great deal, and I wanted them to fully understand what they were getting into, that they're going to have their privacy invaded. They're going to have this production crew surrounding them, most days, and that the house could potentially take a little bit longer because of filming. That that all the things you have to prepare somebody for in a situation like this, and make sure that they were fully committed. It was difficult to get them both together, but I explained ultimately that we couldn't go forward if I wasn't able to sit down with them both and feel assured that they were completely on board.
So ultimately, you're able to get this sit-down scheduled. Is this sometime in the middle of April of 2018?
Yes, it was. By my recollection, it was the week prior to Shanti's passing.
So tell the jury about that meeting. You get to the house to have the meeting. What happens?
I arrived at the house to meet Dave and Shanti. Dave was by the pool, which is where I usually found him. It was a nice setting, and we spoke. And Shanti was not there, and I said, we really need Shanti to come down, and or not. I didn't know where she was. We really needed to have Shanti here. That was the point of the meeting. And he hedged a little bit, and I said, it's really quite important. So he went to the garage, and I either yelled up the stairs or I don't know. He disappeared behind the door and came back with Shanti. If I remember, she had a headset on, like a telephone headset type thing on. She was working. That was whatever job she did, I guess required that. And she had come down, and she was, by my estimation, unhappy to be there. And it was in a sort of a tense state. We laid everything out. She said she was fully on board with the renovation, and then she left. And David explained that there were. It was obvious that she was unhappy with something. And
so, did you have an opportunity to sort of explain? Did you ever sit down during this meeting, or did she stand the whole time?
She stood the whole time, again, by my recollection.
And did she appear to be paying much attention to what you were saying, or was she sort of dismissive of the conversation?
I wouldn't say dismissive. She was paying attention because we were talking about, material things, but she was only there as long as she absolutely had to be, and then left.
So after that, did you ever have any further interaction with Shanti?
No.
Did you ever have any further interaction with David Tronnes?
Yes. After Shanti passed, I had received a text message from Dave, I think the next day, and I expressed, that I don't know what's going on, and I don't want anything to do with it, and what have you.
So, Shanti's demeanor, you had met her before that meeting the week before her death, right?
I'm sorry?
You had met Shanti before that sit-down that you had scheduled in April.
Yeah, I had worked with Shanti and Dave closely on the house.
Was her demeanor different on that last time that you interacted with her than it had been previously?
Yes.
In what way, if you could explain to the jury?
She was tense, or even intense. Appeared to be, mildly upset, annoyed, frustrated at something. I had no idea what the reason might have been, but that was, she didn't want to be there at that meeting.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, State. Cross?
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Mr. Ori, you don't recall exactly when you were initially hired as a consultant?
I do not. I could look it up on text messages, I suppose, but
Was in the year or so prior to deciding to take the project on for the TV show?
yeah, it would have been within that year.
So 2017, just ballpark it.
Again, it would have been within the calendar year prior to the anticipated start date of the TV show.
You testified you were paid monthly,
Correct.
and initially this relationship was not related to the TV show.
Correct.
You are a real estate investor?
Correct.
Are you a general contractor?
I am not. I hired a GC.
Okay. So each project that you go, you hire an independent general contractor?
Yes, we hire contractors, just like we hire engineers or anybody else.
You're in the business of buying homes
I do, yes.
and renovating them
Correct.
and reselling them,
Correct.
and you've developed a model that it's a successful TV show on a cable network from this.
I did no developing.
Okay. You participate in this, though, and you've done it for a number of seasons?
Correct.
Are there any other crews, or is it just you and your crew that are focus of this show?
No, there are four. At that time, there were four cast members on the show: myself, Ashley Casserly, Justin Stamper, and Peter Duke.
All of you here locally, though, working together?
Correct.
Now, the TV show is called Zombie House Flippers, correct?
Zombie House Flipping.
Flipping, sorry. So with that, that means that y'all would independently own these properties that you were working up to resell. Is that was the original format of the show?
Correct.
And the Tronnes home, though, you were not purchasing it from them.
Correct.
They were not looking to sell.
Correct.
This was then going to be a new model for like a zombie house renovation where there was a third-party owner. This is the first of its kind of prototype.
I don't recall if we had done a third-party house prior to that. We've certainly done them subsequently, but I can't honestly recall if we did one prior to that.
To refresh your recollection, did you take a deposition via Zoom back on February 23rd, 2021? Give a sworn statement on...
Yeah, no, I've certainly given a deposition and sworn statements. I don't remember the exact date.
Okay. Do you recall myself being present or somebody from my office questioning you? Maybe my wife at the time?
No.
No? All right, fair enough. Have you had an opportunity to review that transcript prior to your testimony today?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection to review the item regarding the prototype with regards to the first time you used the third-party homeowner as the Tronnes' home?
You can give me anything you want.
Would it help refresh your recollection?
I don't know what it says. I don't know what it, I mean, this very possibly that was the first third-party house. We've done almost 100 of them, so I don't want to swear to that.
Given the fact that it was a third-party home, though, it gave cause for concern for you because you wanted to do some additional vetting because of the exposure of the network or the production company.
Of course, any sensible person would.
So that would include making sure that they're on board and getting some form of contract or commitment?
Well, there's a verbal commitment, and there is a location release form that is from the production company.
What about making sure you're not footing the bill for the renovation, are you?
No, this was done on not even cost plus. It was just simply done on a fee basis.
So in the fee basis, in the sense of you were getting paid a consultant fee prior to the TV show taking over the project, correct?
Well, prior to and subsequently, yeah.
So you were getting paid monthly. So just by the Tronnes' alone, you were getting paid monthly as a consultant prior to the TV show taking the project on.
Yes, that's why I was doing the work.
And at some point, when you decided to take the project on for the TV show, there had to be a delay of a couple of months for the production value.
Sure.
Because once you got the cameras in there at the beginning of May, an important part of the show is at least the beginning part showing some form of demolition, right?
Correct.
And there wasn't much demolition left to be done on this property.
Correct. I think I explained that to the prosecutor.
All right, so I just want to reiterate. So there was some level of frustration on part of the Tronneses about the delay because they've been through one delay after another.
I'm not aware of that. There were no delays on my end.
Not on your end. You had been aware that Mr. Tronnes seemed to be in over his head with regards to the renovation, correct?
The scale of the renovation was extraordinary, but I don't know what delays you're talking about.
Do you know how long they had been demolishing the home prior to you joining the project?
No idea.
Are you aware that David Tronnes was acting as his own contractor at the time?
I believe so, yes.
Did he seem qualified to you?
Dave's a very smart guy, and what we do is largely not rocket science. I mean, if you hire a contractor or structural engineers or what have you, the average person can do a good bit of what we do.
Well, let's just say this. You walked into this house, though, that he had taken on and was running the project, and you said you'd never seen anything like it before.
That's true, absolutely. Nobody has.
So at his hands, you walk into a home and you see something that blows your mind.
Yes.
And it's structurally unsound.
Yes.
And it took your help and assistance in bringing in the right team of people to get the project back on track.
Yes.
And wasn't it true that during the course of the delay that there was this, not such a dispute, but maybe a misunderstanding between yourself and the Tronneses because you expected to still be paid your consulting fee even though the project was at a standstill?
Well, it wasn't at a standstill from the planning or logistics or any of those phases. It was at a standstill solely from physically doing construction.
Meaning, we need to stop. We're going to start again in May when we bring the cameras in.
Meaning,
you want to do this.
Meaning that we can continue the planning and the structural engineering and the materials assessment and the material locating. There were some unique features. He wanted a plexiglass aperture in the floor, and we had to find the right material to accommodate that. So there was work that was going on during that period, but there just wasn't physical construction work.
Did you come to learn how the home came to be in that condition, that it was basically like peeling an onion, the layers away of the home?
It looked like the worst case of OCD I've ever seen.
You said there are some benefits to being on the show.
For whom are we speaking?
For the homeowners or for the?
Yeah, they're trade outs. They're modest, $20,000 to $30,000, but it's certainly not nothing.
And some press, you say, so that maybe on the back end there might be some increase in the value if they chose to sell in the future.
For people that are into that, it's cool. If they're not into it, it has no value.
Now, you do renovate a lot of homes in the Central Florida area, correct?
Yeah.
Including several homes in Delaney Park.
Most of what I do is in Delaney Park.
You renovate historic homes.
I have.
You've won awards for renovating historic homes.
I have.
You have a well-established team of contractors and subs that you've worked with over the years here locally, haven't you?
That's correct.
Who work with you on these shows and all of the projects that you bring them?
That's correct.
Good people to go the extra mile for you?
Good, hardworking, reliable people.
This is a selling point, though, in coming in and saying, like, listen, I've got the guys, I've got the teams, I can bring in the people, you could stop making the calls. Maybe while you're not the general contractor, you've got the connections to get it over the finish line better and quicker.
There was no sales job. This job. I took this job because it was It was really, really interesting. I don't recall exactly what I was paid, but it wasn't much.
Mr. Ori, when I say sales job, I'm not talking about you hustled them. I'm saying that this is something to be proud of, that this is an asset. You are an asset because you've got this well-established network of people that you're bringing in to tackle this task, this monumental task.
I don't have an ego about this. I work with good people, and I'm fortunate that they're loyal to me.
Given the state of the house and the plans that you had, how much was it going to take to finish the project?
Yeah, in terms of what?
The Tronnes home, to get it finished.
No, what unit of measurement are you using? Are you talking time, money?
Money.
I have no idea.
Well, you know the price per square foot on new construction in 2018, don't you?
You misunderstand. Nobody's ever done this kind of work. What that house required wasn't something you can ballpark or compare or estimate or, size up compared to something else. There's no analog for it.
You had structural plans and all the engineering plans of what needed to be done?
After a certain period, yes.
So you're getting into a relationship with homeowners and you have no idea what the cost is to get complete. How are you supposed to know and be comfortable with the fact that they have the finances to complete the job?
It didn't matter to me.
Relevance.
Well, it didn't matter to me. I wasn't paying for it.
Didn't you just testify that you wanted this sit-down, that you needed this sit-down because you needed assurances from the homeowners?
Yes.
But that didn't include the ability to complete it financially?
What I was aware of is they paid $600,000 cash for the house. So in my mind, that meant that they were financially stable. If you're paying $600,000 cash for a house, it's probably not all your money. And to me, that said that they have enough to do it. I don't know what else would be required.
And you've communicated with Shanti before that meeting that you had with them in April, the week prior to her death.
I don't recall.
So
I know I spoke to David, and he arranged for Shanti to participate in the meeting. I didn't have very much direct communication with Shanti outside of meeting her at the home.
So how many times did you meet her at the home?
Could have been a dozen.
Okay, so you had met her prior to the meeting. You've interacted with her prior to the meeting in April, was my question.
No, I thought you were asking me if I communicated directly with Shanti during the pause.
No, from the time that you met Dave and Shanti, how many times did you communicate with Shanti?
Perhaps a dozen.
And on the day that you met her in the week before her death, you said she seemed annoyed or frustrated with something.
During that meeting, Dave explained it away. It was obvious, and it sort of required explanation. It was obvious enough to require explanation, and Dave expressed that she was having trouble with her ex-husband.
Okay. Did he mention to you anything about health issues?
Now that you mention it, she had lost some amount of weight. I don't know what that was related to, though.
Okay. What about frustrated with work? Did he mention that to you?
I mean, he could have.
And this meeting was around the time, it was during the delay still, where you had this misunderstanding and dispute regarding your fee, correct?
That was, whatever misunderstanding occurred, it was quite minor, but the meeting was during the downtime, of course, because we had to have the meeting before we started filming.
So that would be a yes. It was right around the time that you had this misunderstanding over your fee.
Yeah, I testified that it was the week prior to Shanti's passing. That's not unclear.
And while you felt that she seemed bothered and short, you have no real idea why.
No, I only know what Dave told me.
You don't know if she was annoyed at you or frustrated with you?
That didn't even occur. I wouldn't know of a reason why she would be.
The delays in the fee dispute, the misunderstanding?
What delay again?
The 2-month delay so you would restart shooting and pick up the demolition again.
That was their choice. That's not it. That wasn't required. That's something that they elected to do.
Were you aware that Dave owned the house and bought it outright prior to marrying Shanti?
I was aware that he bought the house and paid cash for it. I don't know when he married Shanti, and I don't know if they both bought it or he bought it or what have you.
So it seemed to you, though, that they were both very much in on the project when you were working with them.
That's true.
He was considerate of her feelings, and she interacted either directly with you or through David on the project?
Yeah.
You testified that this project essentially seemed like David's full-time job to you.
Metaphorically.
In the course of the time that you were on the property, did you know of a Steve and a crew of his workers that would come to the property to work on it early in the morning?
Steve?
Steve.
I have a framer named Steve. I don't know if that's who you're speaking about.
Steve have issues with parking access at the property, sometimes getting there early in the morning? Does that ring a bell?
No, not at all.
Would Steve arrive at 5:45 a.m. To work on the property?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Overruled.
Construction workers typically arrive early. That would be unreasonable. I don't think anybody has ever arrived at one of my job sites at 5:45 in the morning.
You don't recall any issues at all regarding crews showing up and issues with parking access at the property?
No, that does not ring a bell.
All right, one moment. And the meeting that you had with the Tronneses, the April meeting, the week prior to her death, when Shanti came down, was she wearing a headset?
That's my recollection.
So this was in the middle of her workday?
My recollection is she was wearing a headset. I don't think I could testify to anything beyond that.
Okay. Nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused from subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, defense? Thank you. You may step down. You are excused. We're going to go ahead and take the lunch recess. Again, remember not to talk about this case, do any research whatsoever about the people, places, subject involved in this case. Don't talk about the case with anyone. Don't let anyone say anything to you or in your presence about the case. If anyone attempts to, tell them they are on the jury trying the case. Ask them to stop. If he or she persists, leave them at once. Report the matter to the court deputy. In addition, just like your reminder yesterday, as you're finding a wonderful place for lunch in the downtown area, just make sure they don't have televisions and continue to avoid any kind of television or newspapers. And with that, you can follow the deputy out. Oh, till 1:30. Sorry. It was in my mind, not apparently said. $1:30. How are witnesses looking for this afternoon?
Sorry, Your Honor. I think we should be good with witnesses to get us through the rest of the day.
Okay.
At some point, we'll have to decide if we're going to go into the last witness. Might be a little bit longer, or push it to Monday. So we'll see how we're going, I guess, and assess from there.
Perfect. I would think that'd be best, obviously.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying I've got something over
Okay, yeah, I mean, I would think anyways it's best for everyone, including that. So yes, we will.
Would it be okay if we stopped a little bit before?
Absolutely.
5? Okay.
I prefer a little before rather than going too much after. I think that's a lot to ask the jury over the last few days, too.
Understood.
And as to the rule, Will the state look at that over lunch and figure out what
Yes,
they're
I
doing?
reached out to my witness coordinator. He has emailed and texted all of the witnesses and let them know not to watch anything until they're released from their subpoena.
Thank you. And then we'll be in recess until 1:30. He is fantastic. Really is good. What's the difference between vegan and who is it? Oh, I'm sorry. Who's their murder person? Yeah, there's a difference. I haven't seen footage.
Yeah, I can just
No idea if it's still. It has been. Okay. Yeah, I have not seen him. I probably haven't seen him in 8 years.
They would like to bring a carrot documentary, but they need some notification, I guess, something from you authorizing downstairs work for it.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. She can go back. That's why she was over there. Samantha and that's Lori. You gonna put him back? Okay. Oh, Lori's done.
Can we write something for the downstairs security about the jurors would like a Keurig machine, but the security isn't allowing them to bring it through, period.
we should be. Okay. Yeah, I think that.
No, like you absolutely, you gave him credit, so. He was just so humble. It's the same attitude as in the text message, sorry.
Yes, that's exactly right. Just turn the camera down where the face isn't shown during the testimony. I absolutely will. But just for the reason I'm announcing it now is it gives a couple hours if there is anyone with objections so that the media can be heard prior to that. And State, ready for
Yes, Your Honor.
defense? Ready?
Yes.
And we can bring the jury out then. Afternoon. I hope you are finding all the good lunch places. And State, you may call your next witness.
Timothy Whitehurst.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
May it please the court.
You may proceed.
Can you tell us your name, sir, and please spell your first and last names?
Timothy Earl Whitehurst, Timothy Whitehurst.
What do you do for a living, sir?
I work for HD Supply as a project manager,
On April 24th of 2018, what were you doing for a living?
working for HD Supply.
Do you know somebody named Jim or James Cooper?
I do.
How do you know that person?
We're co-workers.
And were you working with him together on April 24th of 2018?
We were
Where were you all working?
here in Orlando.
And where was the site?
I don't recall the first site. It was over on the south. I'm not familiar with Orlando because I'm from Tampa. South part of Orlando, I believe. It was an apartment complex, one that we were proposing to do some renovations at the time. Jim was in training, so he was tagging along with me to kind of meet customers and get broken in. And then after that, we had lunch with some coworkers. And then in the afternoon, we went to a hospitality property, a hotel, Hampton Inn or something like that, Buena Vista, Lake Buena Vista area.
And so what were the work hours approximately that day?
We met around 10 o'clock in the morning and then departed around 2:30 in the afternoon.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Questions?
No questions.
May this witness be excused from subpoena? Yes, ma'am. Any objection, defense?
No.
Thank you. You may step down. You are excused.
Thank you.
State, you may call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the state calls Adam Frank. Frank?
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name's Adam Frank. FRANK.
And where do you work?
The name of my firm is MDD Forensic Accountants, and I work in the Orlando office.
And what is your job title?
I'm a senior manager.
And so if you could just describe to the jury, what does a senior manager at your firm do?
I oversee a number of staff. I also am typically retained to quantify economic damages and also to provide forensic analysis for financial records of various entities.
And what is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's from the University of Central Florida, also a master's degree in accounting, also certified public accountant, certified fraud examiner, and a certified in financial forensics.
And to get those certifications, if you could just explain to the jury what it is that you have to do.
Yeah, to get a CPA, you have to have, I believe it's 150 graduate hours. So after high school, you have to sit for a 4-part exam. You also have to sit for an exam for CFE, which is a fraud examiner's license, and you have to have relevant experience to have a CFF, which is certified in financial forensics.
All right. Do you have any other training and experience that enables you to do your job that you've gotten along the way?
I do. I've been with my firm for 18 years. We are strictly forensic accounting firm. That's all I do. Do various forensic accounting engagements. I've been retained as an expert witness both in state and federal court.
And were you contacted by the state attorney's office to do some work in this case?
I was.
What were you asked to do?
We were asked to do a forensic analysis of certain bank accounts that belong to David Cooper-Tronnes and his entities, or Shanti Cooper-Tronnes and her entities.
Okay. And were you paid for your work?
I was.
And what information were you given to review?
I believe it was 23 different bank accounts. I believe there were 10 Wells Fargo, 8 Bank of America accounts, 1 Charles Schwab, and then there were 4 AXA accounts.
And permission to approach opposing counsel, showing opposing counsel mark identification as states for ID BD, BE, BF, and BG. Permission to approach the witness?
May?
Let the record reflect that I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification purposes as, oh, they don't have the card. Let me go over and do that first. Permission to reapproach the witness, Your Honor?
May?
All right. Let the record reflect that I'm now showing the witness what's been marked for identification as states BD, BE, BF, and BG. If you could just take a look at these, do you recognize them?
Yes.
Do these CDs contain the records from accounts you reviewed from Wells Fargo, Bank of America, AXA, XA, and Charles Schwab?
They do.
Are they a fair and accurate representation of the records?
Yes.
At this time, the state offers what's previously marked for identification as states BD, BE, BF, and BG, and F.
Any objection? 62, 63, 64, 65.
Okay, so you got the records. Were those records sent to you by the state attorney's office?
Yes.
Okay. And then what did you do when you received those records?
We performed forensic analysis of the bank statements. Basically, we're analyzing the transactions, taking the approximate month-end balances, and we summarized them into a spreadsheet.
And does that spreadsheet begin with account entries going back to January of 2013?
Yes, I believe so.
And then did you ultimately go through in that analysis January of 2020?
We did. At some point, some of the statements we didn't continue to get, but so there may be some gaps, but I believe the last one was through that date.
Okay, so you just went through, obviously, the records that you received.
Right. Whatever was provided to us is what we reviewed.
And did you prepare a chart of essentially your findings related to account balances during that time period?
We did.
Okay. Let the record reflect, I'm showing opposing counsel with the mark for identification as states CB. Permission to approach the witness?
I'm sorry, counsel, what was the CB? CB? Thank you.
Let the record reflect, I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification as CB. You could just take a look at this once you've had a chance to do that.
Yes, this is the spreadsheet that I prepared.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of the accounts that you reviewed, that you were requested to review by the state attorney's office?
It is.
At this time, the state offers into evidence what's been marked for identification as state CB.
Any objection? Then it will be 66.
Doing that. Was there also a digital, the same chart essentially, but in a digital format that has the columns, I guess, differently that you also prepared and reviewed before today?
Yes, the information is all the same. It's just some of the columns may be labeled a little bit different.
Showing opposing counsel what's been marked for identification as states BC.
May?
Let the record reflect that I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification as states BC. You recognize this?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
It's should be the CD with the electronic version of my spreadsheet on it.
And did you initial that after having reviewed that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you did with the account information you received from the state attorney's office?
Yes.
At this time, the state offers into evidence what's been previously marked for identification as states BC.
Without objection from the defense, it will be number 67.
Okay. Permission to publish State's Exhibit 66.
You may.
Obviously, that's a lot of small numbers. We'll be able to zoom as we need to. But is it correct, from our previous discussions, you would have an easier time discussing with the hard printout?
I believe so, yes.
portion of this spreadsheet so we can sort of see what's going on. Okay, so let's just start with the columns that we have here. So what is the first column, if you can explain that to the jury what we're looking at?
You mean this one here?
Yes.
So this is just the approximate end date of each bank statement. So this would include amounts as of, for example, here, the end of January 2013.
Okay. And this column goes through each month through January of 2020?
Yes, I believe so.
And does that month represent the beginning of the month or the end of the month?
It's the approximate end of the month. Sometimes a bank statement may end on, the 27th of a month versus the 31st, but it's the closest date to the end of the month, the balance for that day.
Okay, so that's why it says the approximate month end?
Right.
Okay. If you could just go to that next column and explain to us what that describes.
These are just it's a timeline of events that was more for informational purposes, since we had statements going back 7-8 years, tried to key in on some different events. For example, this process improvement solutions, I believe that was an entity of Shanti Cooper-Tronnes, and so we noted here when it was created, and just different timeline events that were of importance.
And then going to the next, it looks like sort of a light blue, and then there's several different columns under that. So it looks like,
Right.
And just to show the jury what we're going to be moving over to, there looks like there's 4 different distinct sort of categories that you've gone through. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. So if we can just go back, and you can tell us, what is this first category that we're seeing in the light blue?
So these 6 accounts here, they are accounts that are in the name of David Cooper-Tronnes or business entities associated with him, or also the trust that was it's associated with him.
Okay. So these entities, is it fair to say, are entities or David Cooper-Tronnes himself that are not tied to another person, just David Cooper-Tronnes or a trustee control?
Right.
How about the next category, and that looks like sort of a light yellow?
Yeah. These 2 accounts were accounts that the names on were David Cooper-Tronnes and Carol Cooper-Tronnes.
Okay. And is that, to your knowledge, his ex-wife?
Yes.
Going to the third category, and I'll move the chart over here. Looks like sort of a light red color. If you could just describe this category for the jury.
Yes, so these are the various accounts that were associated with Shanti Cooper-Tronnes and her business entities.
And can you just kind of describe the number of accounts? It looks like the BOA, what does that stand for?
Yeah, so, sorry, those are, BOA stands for Bank of America. There were, let's see, several of those, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different ones. There was also 4 AXA accounts, which...
And then it looks like you have some description related to those AXA accounts.
Yeah.
Pension, IRA, and then a life insurance account.
Yes, to my knowledge, that's what they were.
And then going to the 4th category, which looks like, it doesn't really show up there, but on the actual sheet, it looks like it's sort of light green. If you could just sort of describe what that represents as a category.
Yes, those are joint accounts where David and Shanti are both on the account.
And if you could just go through and sort of let the jury know what the initials stand for each account. It looks like BOA is Bank of America again.
Right, Bank of America, WF is Wells Fargo, and I believe one of them here, 7209, was a brokerage account.
And then there's also a notation, I guess, that the 5297 is a checking account.
Right, yes.
All right, so So we've gone through what the different columns are. I want to sort of skip ahead here. Obviously, you tracked in this chart, essentially, you tracked movement and I guess growth or reduction in the accounts month to month in your analysis, and that's shown here in this chart, right?
Right.
Okay, but for our purposes, I want to go to 2018.
Well, then we're going to take a brief recess. You can stay where you are if you want to just, yes, you can go get the glasses. You're fine. Go get your glasses. Anyone need a recess at this point? No, okay. And state you may proceed.
Get us fast forwarded to March of 2018. And obviously, you can't see the top of the spreadsheet, but if you could just go through and show us, March of 2018 would be approximate end of month. What was the total amount balance in accounts just controlled by David Tronnes or his trust? As you pointed out with the, I can zoom
So
in.
It's down this last line here. Should be this amount right here, $136,000 and $33.
So in accounts just held by David Tronnes at the end of March 2018, there was $136,033. Is that correct?
That's right.
I want to go to the accounts related to David Tronnes and his ex-wife Carol Tronnes. If you could point that out.
Kind of hard to see without the top, but
Yeah. So it looks like I'm going to start you here.
Right,
We're in this
right.
column.
Yep.
And then I go down.
Right. So about
What amount would that be?
$5,569.
All right, and then now I want to go to, and I'll start up at the top here, but there's Shanti Cooper-Tronnes and her entities, and you did a total amount of what was in all of those accounts at the end of March of 2018.
Yeah,
Let me start here so we're tracking down. And so the total is here.
right. So it's $365,885.
And then finally, in the joint accounts of both David and Shanti Cooper-Tronnes, what was the ending balance in March of 2018?
It's $480,700.
Would the total amount in the accounts that were either just Shanti or David and Shanti, would that total amount be $846,585?
That sounds right. I mean, I don't have it in front of me, but yeah.
Okay. And then, obviously, we went through the amount that was just associated with David Cooper-Tronnes.
Right.
In your spreadsheet, did you also note some events of significance that we talked about in that second column?
I did. Basically, we notated any large transactions, did notate a lot of money being moved around between accounts, particularly in April of 2018 and beyond that date.
Okay. And I'm going to put that up because you have that noted on your spreadsheet as well. That's on, I believe, the last page of your spreadsheet. Just publish again here. If you could just show us where you have that noted.
So this top row is April of 18, and we noted $425,000 was transferred out of the Wells Fargo brokerage account into the Wells Fargo 5297 account, which I believe it's a joint account, but I think that I'm not mistaken. I think it was a checking account. And then we noted a check was written for $215,000, which cleared the bank on April 30th out of that Wells Fargo account.
You don't have a copy of that check, obviously.
No.
And then these other notes that we see, this just goes on to show sort of banking activity after Shanti Cooper-Tronnes' death. So we've got May, June, July, and you have some notations about large transactions.
Right. $110,000 was transferred from the Wells Fargo 7398 account, which I think was a joint account. We'd have to double check at the top, and it was moved into Wells Fargo 0793, which I believe was an account of David's.
And then at some point you stop. You don't have any more, obviously, statements from Shanti Cooper-Tronnes.
Right.
Now, the amount represented on here in the accounts at the end of each month, that just represents what was actually in the accounts. It doesn't represent any like a life insurance death benefit that wouldn't obviously be payable until death. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So separate and apart from any life insurance or death benefit, in the accounts that were either Shanti Cooper-Tronnes or David and Shanti Cooper-Tronnes, there was $846,000 roughly in those accounts at the time of Shanti's death?
That's correct.
No further questions?
The state. Cross.
Hi.
All right, good afternoon, Ms. Frank.
Good afternoon.
You were given bank records by the state of Florida to analyze.
Right.
Was that the sole source of your information that you received, or did you do any independent research?
We did a little bit of independent research, some stuff on the property appraiser website, sale of the house, things like that.
Let's talk about that. So what did you learn in your research about the home?
I think I have it noted. I forget the date of purchase, but it was, as far as I could tell, purchased with cash out of the trust account of David Tronnes.
And that was prior to his marriage to Shanti?
Yes.
Cooper, correct?
Yes, prior to the marriage.
And do you know the date of their marriage versus the date of the home sale?
If you slide this over a little bit, it's over here. So the house was purchased in April of 2015, and I believe they were married in February of 17.
And property appreciate in value during that time?
That I don't know.
And in review of the accounts, I mean, this is forensic accounting, correct?
Right.
So you're looking to try to figure out and develop some ideas of malfeasance or patterns of behavior to assist your client?
I would say that we are just, in this particular case, looking at what amounts are in what bank accounts on certain dates.
So let's talk about that, because looking at the numbers, when David Tronnes and Shanti Cooper got together, he wasn't broke, was he?
No.
He had an asset that was pretty valuable in the home, correct?
Yes, it was in the name of the trust, I believe, yes.
Okay. And who was on the trust?
It was, I believe, him and Beverly, which I believe is his mother.
All right. And with that, were there any monies of David's transferred into joint accounts by Shanti, held by Shanti and David together?
There was, and I think you have one pulled up here that I noted.
And can you just recite that for the jury?
Right, there was and sorry, I can't see the date on there, but it was $100,000 transferred from the trust account of David into it looked like the Wells Fargo 5279 joint account.
And what about the line below?
Here?
Check the date. August 17th, right? What does that note?
$150,000 was transferred from the trust account to a joint account of David and Shanti.
So that would be $250,000 at this point.
Right.
All right. And what does continue on? Because doesn't it have any reference also in a branch deposit?
Yes, there was a deposit of $200,000, and then I did see where Shanti had written a check to herself, for that amount, which we don't know what it was for.
Okay. So money's being moved from his account into joint accounts, and what about to investment accounts? Go to the next line below that.
Yeah, there was a $440,000 transfer from Shanti and David's joint account into that Wells Fargo brokerage account. And there was also $120,000 added to the Charles Schwab account.
All right. And I think we're good on.
Thank you.
Everybody fall asleep on me. So, all right. So with that, if you want to go through the totals here. You've got a $100,000 transfer followed by a 150 and a $200,000 transfer. So $450,000 from David going into joint accounts, and then some of that subsequently being moved by Shanti.
Yes.
All right. And you note another transfer from the joint account, a large amount, $440,000 transferred from their joint account to a brokerage account, and then an additional $120,000 to a Charles Schwab IRA rollover. And whose name was that in?
Sorry, you'll have to go up to the top because I don't recall. Go this way. You'll have to go to a previous page with the accounts at the top. Yeah, sure. So the Charles Schwab account was in David's name.
Okay. So let's review now. Because David has a home that in 2015 was worth $600,000.
Yeah, I believe so.
He, in his individual accounts as of March of 2018, had $136,000.
Sounds about right.
And they had in their joint account, which David deposited a significant amount of money into, the balance was down to $480,000.
That sounds about right, yes.
What about the AXA accounts? They have any value?
I mean, the amounts are listed on there.
But there is some value.
There is some value, yes.
And then the $120,000 from the Charles Schwab account.
Right.
So 120 plus 136 plus the 480 from the joint account and the AXA accounts plus the $600,000 that he put into the home. He wasn't a poor man, was he?
No.
And nothing about your forensic accounting produced any evidence of malfeasance, correct?
No.
These transactions were notable, but not criminal.
Right.
One moment. Nothing further.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, defense? No. Thank you, sir. You may step down. You are excused.
Thank you.
State, you may call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the state calls Patrick McCarty.
And as he is coming in, will the attorneys approach? This looks like this is your tricky. Okay.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Patrick McCarty, M-C-C-A-R-T-Y, and I am a financial advisor for Equitable here in Orlando.
And can you just sort of explain in a little bit more detail what your job entails as a financial advisor?
I help families save for their retirement, for their children's education, and plan their estates. And most of that is done through selling investment products and insurance products.
And how long have you done that?
Over 30 years.
In your work, did you ever have a client named Shanti Cooper or Shanti Cooper-Tronnes?
Yes, I did.
And did you originate a life insurance policy for Shanti Cooper or Shanti Cooper-Tronnes?
Yes, I did.
What was the amount of that life insurance policy?
I believe it was $300,000 on her life.
Would it be $350,000?
It might be $350,000. Yes, I would have to look at the statement.
Okay. And who was the original beneficiary of that policy?
I believe the original beneficiary of that policy was James Cooper, her husband at the time.
Okay. At some point, did her beneficiary change?
Yes.
Was that change in around May of 2014?
I believe so.
And who did that beneficiary change to at that time?
Jackson Cooper, which is the son.
Okay.
Shanti Cooper's son.
After making Jackson Cooper her beneficiary in 2014, did she ever change her beneficiary again?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And when was that?
After she got married to David Tronnes.
And would that be around May of 2017?
I believe so.
And now when she made that change, did she come to your office to make that change?
Yes, she did.
Did she come with anyone else?
Yes, she came with David Tronnes.
Okay. And at that time, was paperwork filled out to change her beneficiary from Jackson Cooper to David Tronnes?
Yes, sir.
In addition to the life insurance policy, did Shanti also have investment accounts with AXA?
Yes.
And who was the beneficiary of those accounts?
Different people at different times. But
after 2017, when she came in with David Tronnes, who was the beneficiary of those accounts?
David Tronnes.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
Cross defense?
Briefly, Your Honor. One moment.
You may.
Good afternoon.
Sir, as financial advisor to Shanti Cooper, is that the way that you come to meet David Tronnes?
Yes, sir.
And when they came in to purchase or change the policy, putting David as the beneficiary of Shanti Cooper's policy, did David make a purchase at that time for life insurance?
Not at that time.
In close proximity to it?
Yes.
Okay, and can you talk about that a little bit?
David purchased a policy on his own life. It was sometime after that.
Was it close in time to their marriage?
It was I believe it was after their marriage, yes.
All right, and who was the beneficiary of the policy?
Shanti Cooper-Tronnes.
And what was the value of the policy?
$1.5 million.
All right, thank you, sir. No further questions.
Any redirect?
Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No. I think we're good. No objection.
And thank you, sir. You may step down, and you are excused from subpoena.
Thank you.
State?
Billy Lane?
Can you approach?
May? And sir, will you raise your right hand, please?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
And you can have a seat.
May it please the court?
You may proceed.
Can you tell us your name, sir, and spell your first and last name?
Billy Joe Lane, Billylane.
And you are a private investigator, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's what you were back in April and May of 2018?
Yes, sir.
And did you go to 218 East Copeland in Orlando, Florida, on or about, I believe, May 6th, perhaps, and collect some items?
Yes, sir.
Permission to use State's Exhibit 10, Image 22 with this witness?
You may proceed.
Somebody else might. In Image 22 on State's 10, where I have the hand here, is that where you collected these items from?
That area and the shelf below.
And the shelf below being this shelf here,
Yes, sir.
with the Swiffer Duster green part?
To the far left of facing the image where the red portion is.
Okay. Once you collected those items, you brought them back and secured them, brought them back, secured them, labeled and packaged them, and stored them in a locked locker?
Correct. I actually packaged him on scene.
And then you turned them over to Stacy Monroe and Teresa Sprague from the Orlando Police Department on April 19th of 2019?
Yes, sir.
At the time that you turned those items over to law enforcement, when you looked at the packages, do they appear to be in substantially the same condition as when you had packaged them on scene?
Yes, sir. They were locked in a locker for that time.
Were you the only one with access to that locker?
Yes, sir.
No other questions of this witness?
Thank you, State.
No questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused from subpoena?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Any objection, defense?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. You are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State, next witness.
Ralph Kalachi?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Sir, will you say your name and spell it, please?
Ralph Kalachi, first name R-A-L-P-H, last name C-A-L-A-T-C-H-I.
Where do you work, sir?
The Orange County Sheriff's Office.
Back in 2018, specifically in April, where did you work?
The Orange County Medical Examiner's Office.
And when was your start date and your end date with that organization?
I started with the Medical Examiner's Office in September of 2015 and left in March of 2019.
And what did you do for that office?
I was an investigator.
And what does a medical examiner investigator do on a day-to-day basis?
We received phone calls from law enforcement officials and hospital officials about passings. We take preliminary information from them to see if it falls under Florida state statute as a case for the medical examiner's office. And if it does, we respond based off if it's a scene passing or a hospital passing.
So by statute, there are limited circumstances when the medical examiner and his or her investigators get involved with the death of a citizen of Orange County, Florida?
That's correct.
And when law enforcement is investigating a suspicious death, are there jurisdictional boundaries between what law enforcement can do and what the medical examiner's office can do in regards to touching, handling, manipulating the decedent and the decedent's immediate belongings?
Under Florida state statute, once a person passes away, their body is now the jurisdiction of the medical examiner. Law enforcement officials, firefighters, they're not supposed to make any contact with the body.
And specifically on April 24th of 2018, in the afternoon hours into the evening hours, were you working as an investigator for the medical examiner of the 9th District?
I was, yes.
And did you receive notification of a death investigation being conducted by the Orlando Police Department, specifically by Detective Teresa Sprague?
I did, yes.
And did you receive a call inquiring as to whether or not you could come out prior to collecting the remains of the decedent so that you could manipulate the body for law enforcement?
Yes.
And about what time did you receive that call?
I believe it was early in the afternoon.
All right. And how quickly were you able to respond from East Michigan Street out to Delaney Park at 218 East Copeland?
Should have been about a 10-15 minute drive at most.
When you got there, what did you observe?
I was led into the residence by officers. I was led upstairs into, I believe it was an in-law suite. I think there was renovations on the main home. I was led up the stairs, and the deceased was found in like the main bedroom area.
Now, at this point in time, your first of 2 visits to the scene, did you document anything with digital photography, or did you do that only on the second visit?
I took pictures on both visits.
Okay. May I approach the witness with B.R. for identification?
You may.
Showing you images 2 and 48. Are you familiar with those images?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately depict first the address of the property that you went to and then the decedent as you found her?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move these 2 images and BR into evidence at this time. The remainder will be admitted with Dr. Utz at a later time.
Without objection, that's number 68.
Permission to publish these 2 images with the witness?
You may proceed.
Image 2 on States 68. What is this that we're looking at?
This would be in front of the residence, just depicting the address.
And then image 48, what are we looking at?
The deceased is in the middle of what appears to be a bedroom.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. When you arrived, were there obviously members of law enforcement there?
Yes.
Detective Sprague?
I cannot recall specifically if she was there. I believe her partner was there.
And that was then Detective McClellan, but Detective Sharp now?
Yes.
And what were you asked to do for them?
They were interested in the condition of the clothing, specifically if it was wet, as well as certain biological features that happen if someone is asphyxiated or, choked or suffocated. Certain things will happen to the eyes that indicate that such an event took place.
And what sort of background training, education, and experience did you receive prior to becoming a medical investigator, medical examiner's investigator in these areas of signs of death and so on that you were just describing?
I received a Bachelor of Science from the University of Central Florida in criminal justice, and then I did a semester-long internship at the medical examiner's office. Following my internship, I was hired by the chief investigator, where I continued with, I think it was about a 4 or 5 months training process before I was able to respond to scenes on my own.
All right, and so did you touch the decedent as well as her clothing to check for signs of dampness, wetness, or something in between or beyond that?
Yes.
And what were your observations?
The clothing was wet.
And how would you describe it? Absolute soaking wet, like submerged, somewhere in between?
To the best of my recollection, it felt wet. I wasn't squeezing out large amounts of water, but it was not in a drying process, you could say.
And did you touch her with gloves on?
Yes.
And then did you make these observations about the water content by looking at your gloves afterwards?
Yes.
Anywhere else that you manipulated the decedent besides her clothes?
Her eyes.
And what was the purpose of doing that?
To look for those biological indicators, most commonly called petechiae.
And could you spell that for Madam Court Reporter? Sorry to put you on the spot, and if you can't, that's fine.
I can't spell that.
All right.
I use
But pronounce it slowly and loudly for everybody.
petechiae.
Okay. And what is petechiae?
It's blood spots in the eye. When someone, again, is asphyxiated, these spots will come up in the eye.
And are you just trained to know that that observation is indicative of strangulation, or do you actually understand the mechanism of how those occur?
I was trained on it, and it's been explained to me, but I'm not a medical professional.
Okay. And how do you go about making these observations to see whether there's petechiae in the eyes or not?
They're pretty clear compared to, obviously, a regular person who would have very clear and white eyes. It's pretty clear if you can see it.
All right, so you're looking at the whites of the eyes, I gather?
Yes.
As opposed to the colored iris parts of our eyes?
It's all, you look at it all in together.
And then take us, what do you actually physically do to actually make these observations? Do you lay hands on her?
In this situation, her eyes were closed. There was actually some bruising on some of her eye that made it difficult to open one of her eyes. But you essentially just open the eye, make observation. I'll take pictures. The crime scene investigator would take pictures.
And when you opened her eyes, did you observe any petechiae in either or both of her eyes?
To the best of my recollection, I did.
And was it either or both to the best of your recollection?
I can't recall if it was both.
Okay. Did you do anything else on this first visit?
Not that I recall.
All right. Approximately how much later are you called out for your second visit?
I believe it was several hours.
All right. Into the darkness at this point?
I recall it being later in the evening.
Okay. Now, ultimately, is it the medical examiner's responsibility to transport this body back to the medical examiner's office so that an autopsy may be performed?
Yes.
Is this something you do by yourself, or do you have people that help you transport bodies?
The medical examiner's office here contracts personnel to do the physical moving. I maintain eye contact of the person as they're being transported. Once they're placed in a body bag, I seal the body bag myself. It's transported to the medical examiner's office, and then I meet the body there where I would break the seal, continuing the chain of custody.
So when you come back later, do you take additional photographs?
Yes.
And at this point in time, is that when you kind of, what they call, I believe, shroud the body and put it inside of this bag?
Yes.
And the bag, does it zip tight?
Yes.
And after you collect the remains, during this process, do you bag the person's hands and feet?
Yes.
Why do you do that?
Preservation of evidence.
And did you do that in this instance?
Yes.
All right. So you add bags to the feet and to the hands and then shrouding. Is there anything else that you do as far as the remains at this point?
No.
And then you supervise the transportation of the body to the medical examiner's office on East Michigan Street?
That's correct.
From there, inside the building, what do you do?
Like I said, we weigh the body, break the seal, and then it goes into the cooler where they stay for the doctor.
And is there a reason for breaking the seal of the bag prior to putting the body in a refrigerator?
Just our protocol.
Okay. Do you have anything to do with x-raying, or you just weigh?
We just weigh.
All right. And then that was the end of your involvement with the investigation of the death of Shanti Cooper-Tronnes?
That's correct.
No other questions of this witness?
Cross defense?
Good afternoon. As part of your job duties, do you report anything to the medical examiner in order for them to be more effective at the work that they do?
We write an investigative report.
Okay. Was that part of the purpose in you going to the scene that evening?
Yeah. So we are essentially the eyes and ears of the doctor before they can see them for autopsy. So we make our initial assessment of the condition of the body. We make notations again on, rigor mortis, lividity, certain things like that, and prepare an investigative report for the doctor.
Okay. And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
What is the timing for you to have that report prepared?
By the end of shift.
Okay. On April 24th of 2018, do you recall what the end of your shift would have been?
I believe at that point in time I was working the afternoon shift, 2 p.m. to 10:30 or 11.
Do you recall when you would have been next on shift?
I can't recall that. Most likely the next day.
The next day, okay. So any reports that you prepared for the medical examiner, you would have had those done sometime before 10:30 or 11 p.m. that night?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. You mentioned that you went to the scene twice. Do you recall what time the first time that you arrived was?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. Do you remember approximately?
Should have been in the afternoon, maybe 4 or 5 o'clock.
How much time passed before you went back?
I believe it was a couple hours.
Do you recall what you reported to the medical examiner in the report you prepared?
I would have to see the report to say specifically.
Okay. You prepared a report, correct?
Yes.
Would reviewing it help to refresh your recollection? May I approach?
Refresh on which point?
Attorney's approach, please. You may proceed.
Okay, thank you. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Going to show Mr. J what I'm showing him. Mr. Glatchen, take a look at that. Is that a report that you prepared with regards to this specific case?
Yes.
All right. Once you've had an opportunity to refresh your recollection, please let me know. That helped to refresh your recollection?
Somewhat, yes.
Okay. What information was it important for you to report to the medical examiner, and what did you inform him?
Just the observations of the body.
And what were those?
Rigor was minimal, indicating that the passing was within the past 12 hours. Lividity was unfixed. There was bruising on her right eye, I believe. There was no fractures of the head. Abrasions were noted on the neck in a vertical fashion.
The prosecutor had asked you about checking for petechiae, and that was at the direction of Detective Sprague, I think you indicated?
I believe so, yeah.
And you said specifically that petechiae is a sign that you learned is a sign of asphyxiation. It's a hard one to say. Is that accurate?
It's indicative of that, yes.
Okay. And then the prosecutor changed that word to strangulation. Is asphyxiation always strangulation?
Not always, no.
Okay. In your training and experience, are there other types of asphyxiation?
Yes.
Okay. What are some of those types of asphyxiation?
The most common other one would probably be self-asphyxiation.
Okay. What about positional asphyxiation? Is that something that you're aware of?
Yes.
Okay. Are there other causes other than asphyxiation, I got it that time, for petechiae?
That's the one that we look for primarily. If there are, I'm not well aware.
Okay. All righty. Since you were specifically asked about the wetness of the clothing, and you were asked specifically to make that evaluation, did you report that finding that you found the clothing to be wet to Detective Sprague?
I can't recall if it was her or her partner, but I reported it to someone, yeah.
To someone in law enforcement?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
Yes, ma'am. The state of CJ for identification and evidence.
Any objection? Number 69.
No other questions?
May this witness be excused from subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, defense? Thank you, sir. You may step down. You are excused. State next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the state calls Barbara Sharp.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury and just spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Barbara Sharp. Last name is S-H-A-R-P.
And where are you employed?
Orlando Police Department.
And what is your current job title?
Homicide detective.
Okay. And how long have you been a homicide detective?
Since the middle of 2018, so about 5.5 years.
Prior to that, what other jobs did you hold with Orlando PD?
Multiple jobs. So right before that, I was assault and battery detective, been a recruiting officer, polygraph examiner, multiple positions.
And can you just give a brief summary of your training experience that enabled you to become a homicide detective?
Yes, so originally I went to the police academy in 1999, and from there I was employed with the Palm Bay Police Department for several years before coming to Orlando Police Department. And while there, I have taken multiple classes in interview and interrogation, homicide investigations, multiple seminars and classes.
So I want to take you back to April of 2018. Were you a homicide detective with OPD at that time?
No, it was right before I came to the unit. I was actually in assault and battery at the time.
But did you assist in homicide cases at that time?
I did, yes. I was training to go to homicide, so I was doing seconds with them.
And did you become involved in that, I guess, training in the investigation of the death of Shanti Cooper-Tronnes?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And was that on April 24th of 2018?
Yes.
Okay. How was it that you became involved in that investigation?
So that particular afternoon, I was at my desk. I heard the call go out on the radio, and I knew that Detective Sprague was up as lead for the next case. So I wanted to work with her because I knew that she was a phenomenal detective. So I went over there and said, hey, they're calling for homicide. You know, do you need somebody to go with you?
And so essentially, you tagged along with Detective Sprague in her investigation?
That's correct.
Were you involved in the early morning hours, I guess later at night and then early morning hours of April 24th going into April 25th of 2018 of an interview of David Tronnes?
That's correct.
Okay. Would you recognize David Tronnes if you were to see him today?
I believe so.
Is he in the courtroom?
Yes, he is.
Can you point him out and describe something he's wearing for the record?
Yes, it's the gentleman sitting off to my right with a dark-colored jacket and a burgundy striped tie.
Okay. Now, obviously, we're going to be going into the details of the interview more with Detective Sprague, but I do want to ask you about a portion of the interview. Do you recall at any point in the interview David Tronnes appearing to become emotional?
When you say appearing, yes, I would say appearing.
Okay. Did you actually at any point in that interview observe any tears coming from his eyes?
No, never.
Okay. At some point, did you show the defendant a photo of Shanti Cooper-Tronnes?
Yes, I did. I placed a picture in front of him.
And did you leave that photograph in front of him for a period of time?
Yes, for the remainder of the interview, I believe.
How long was that?
Several hours.
At any time while looking at that photo, did you observe him cry any physical tears?
No, not once.
All right. So I want to fast forward a little bit. On August 29th of 2018, were you involved in a search warrant of a residence located at 5347 Tuna Lane, Orlando, Florida?
Yes, I was.
And what was the significance of that residence as it related to the search warrant?
That was the residence where David had moved to. It was his mother's residence, and he was staying there after the investigation began.
Okay. And was he actually arrested at the time that the search warrant was served at that residence?
Yes, just prior to.
Okay. At that residence?
Yes, at that residence.
Okay. Did you, and so you yourself were involved in the search of that residence?
Yes, I was.
And did you recover any ring during that search?
Yes, I recovered Shanti's ring.
Okay. Do you recall where it was that you found that ring?
It was in the bedroom that David was staying in a suitcase. It was either under or on the side of the bed.
Okay. And was that ring photographed?
Yes, it was.
Showing opposing counsel what's been marked for identification as state CC. Permission to approach?
May?
Let the record reflect I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification as state CC. If you could just take a look at these and let me know once you've had a chance to look at all of the photos. And do you recognize those photos?
I do.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed related to the ring and its location during that search warrant?
Yes.
At this time, the state offers the evidence was previously marked for identification as state CC.
Any objection? Number 70.
Permission to publish states composite exhibit 70.
You may.
There is this. Okay.
Showing CC1 of state exhibit 70. Can you tell us what we're looking at in this photo?
Yes, that's the inside of the suitcase, the contents.
Okay, and if you could just use the laser pointer and point out to the jury the box where the ring was found.
Yeah, make sure. This box right here.
Are you sure it's the red box and not the black box that's lower in the photo? It's hard to see. If I can see the laser pointer,
Yeah, I don't see the black.
would be this box here.
Oh, yes. My apologies.
CC2 of this exhibit. Can you just tell us what we're looking at here?
That's the suitcase as I found it.
And can you just circle that with the laser pointer? And is this just a closer view of the suitcase as you found it?
Yes, it is right here.
And then what are we looking at here?
That's the ring box with Shanti's wedding ring.
Is this actually your hand in this photo?
I believe so, yes.
If you could just, that's the box that the ring was found?
Yes, that's the box.
And then is this just another photo of the ring?
Yes, just out of the box.
You said you yourself collected that black jewelry box and the ring?
Yes, I did.
Showing opposing counsel with the mark for identification as states AM. And did you also collect a red jewelry box that you had pointed out earlier on there?
Yes, I did.
Showing opposing counsel with the mark for identification as AL. Wish to approach.
You may.
Let the record reflect I'm showing witness with the mark for identification as states AL and AM. You could just take a look at the packaging here and tell me if you're able to tell what that is.
Yes. Yes, this is the red jewelry box, and this is the black.
And are those the jewelry boxes and the black and containing the ring that you yourself collected from the search warrant in August 2018?
Yes.
Is it a substantially similar condition as when you packaged up yourself?
That's correct.
At this time, the state offers into evidence what's been previously marked for identification purposes, the AL and AM.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
Number 71, number 72.
Prefer a large. No, it's fine.
May?
Once you're able to get those gloves on, use these scissors and just open this container. This is state 72.
Take it out.
Yes. And you go to the box. And Your Honor, if, can we have Detective Sharp step down out of the box public?
Absolutely.
If you could just move your hand, take that ring out of the box, and just close that and put it back in. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And defense cross.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, Detective Sharp.
Good afternoon.
I apologize in advance because I may inadvertently call you McClelland because that's how I've learned about you. So I apologize.
That's fine.
All right, let's start with the rings. You indicated that you were present for a search warrant at, is it Tuna Lane?
Right, Tuna Lane.
And that was whose residence?
That was the residence of David Tronnes' mother, Beverly.
Okay. And I believe that you indicated that you had knowledge that Mr. Tronnes had only recently moved there, correct?
No, I don't believe so. From my understanding, he had lived there from the time he left the residence on Copeland.
Okay. The rings that are, the ring boxes that are in evidence, those were located in a suitcase with other personal belongings of his?
That's correct.
Okay. Had you been present for a search warrant that was executed at 218 East Copeland in the loft apartment on April 30th of 2018?
Yes, I believe I was.
And if I recall correctly, you were there together with at least Detective Sprague and CSI Monroe. Do you recall that?
I don't recall the CSI that was there, but I do recall being there with Detective Sprague.
All right. During that search, Do you recall the nightstand adjacent to the bed being searched?
Yes.
Okay. The objects that were admitted into evidence were a pink or red ring box together with a black ring box?
That's correct.
Do you recall those ring boxes being present in that nightstand back on April 30th of 2018?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. Have you ever, would you agree with me that wedding rings, engagement rings, those are things that are very sentimental to people?
Most people, yes.
Okay. Have you seen people wearing a loved one's wedding band on a chain to commemorate that person's life? Have you ever personally witnessed that yourself?
I don't know that to commemorate a life, but yes, I've seen somebody wear a wedding ring on a necklace before, but usually their own.
Now, you also indicated that you were, let me ask you this first. Were you also there at the search at the time that when the house was searched and some personal belongings of Mr. Cooper-Tronnes were also found in that same bag? I believe a passport and some other things?
I would have to know the date and who was there with me, but if you could be more specific on it.
I'll withdraw the question. Let's turn to that interview. You indicated that you did participate in an interview of my client back on April 24th of 2018. Is that correct? Do you recall what time Mr. Cooper-Tronnes was transported to Orlando Police Department?
I'd have to refer to the report for the specific time because it wasn't I that transported him.
Okay. Do you recall what time you arrived on scene?
It was in the late afternoon time. I believe, somewhere in the neighborhood of 5. So I'd have to look at the report for the exact time.
Was Mr. Cooper-Tronnes there when you first arrived?
I believe so.
So you don't have a personal recollection about when he was transported to the police department?
I do not. That would have been at the direction of Detective Sprague.
Do you recall what time you arrived at the police department to participate in the interview?
I don't know the specific time, but I know the time around the time that we went in to speak to him.
What time was that?
It was right around, I think, 10 o'clock, maybe 9:30.
And do you recall what time the initial call came out, either the 911 call or how did you, let me ask you, I'll ask it this way, withdraw all of that. How did you come to learn of the incident, the investigation that was taking place at 218 East Copeland?
As I stated earlier, I was on duty at the time. I was working in assault and battery, and I heard the radio call go out and heard them calling for homicide. And I walked next door and got Detective Sprague, and I believe it was in the late afternoon.
Okay. So, and I think earlier, and I understand that you haven't reviewed your report, but that was sometime around 5 o'clock or earlier?
That's correct, yes.
And Mr. Cooper-Tronnes is not interviewed until sometime after 10 p.m.?
Yes, I believe so.
When you first made contact with him at the police department, do you recall how he was dressed, what he was wearing?
He was wearing just regular street clothes, I believe.
His clothes hadn't been removed from him and placed in a paper suit?
When we interviewed him, yes, but not when he first arrived there.
All right, but that's what I'm talking about. When you first started to interview him, how is he dressed?
Oh, he was in a, what we call a Tyvek suit, because we had taken his clothes.
And describe the Tyvek suit.
It's a white, papery, plastic, one-piece jumpsuit.
Do you know how long he had been wearing that before the interview started?
I do not.
And when you first encountered him, where was he?
In interview room number 7, on the recording number 6 on the door.
And describe the room and the furniture.
It's a basic interview room. Nothing on the walls, a table, and 3 chairs.
Or are all the chairs the same?
I don't recall.
Are they comfortable?
They're okay.
Do you have any idea how long he had been sitting in that room before you arrived?
I don't know the exact amount of time.
Do you know if he had been by himself or with any other people during that time before you arrived?
Yes, I do. I know that there had been several people in and out of the room. There was another detective that had come in and talked to him briefly about just peripheral stuff, nothing specific. CSI had been in. So, yeah, there were several people in and out talking to him.
Anyone other than law enforcement?
Not to my knowledge.
How long did you spend interviewing him?
It was 2 different times during that one time period, and it was a couple hours each time.
All right. Would it be fair to say that you interviewed him during the first time until about midnight?
Probably. I would have to look at the recording. It was mostly Detective Sprague at that time, so yeah, I would say that's about right.
God bless you. And then you said that there was a break. So approximately how long was that break?
I would say probably a couple hours.
And did Mr. Tronnes continue to sit in that room alone during the break?
Yeah, he was sleeping.
When did you began interviewing him again, probably around 4 a.m.?
No, I believe it was around 2:30.
And how long did that interview last?
Again, it was several hours that we all talked.
Do you remember what time Mr. Tronnes was allowed to leave?
I do not know the exact time. It was early morning.
Was it daylight?
Yes, it was daylight.
Had Mr. Tronnes been provided with any meals during that time?
I believe he had water and a snack.
What kind of snack?
I don't know what was provided to him. I didn't provide it.
During this time frame, from sometime around 10 p.m. until daylight the next day, you weren't with Mr. Tronnes the whole time, were you?
I was not, no.
During the time that he was there, he was cooperative and spoke with you willingly?
Did.
Okay. He was pleasant?
Yes, I would say so.
He was not under arrest?
He was not under arrest, no.
In fact, at one point in time, he was offered an opportunity to take a polygraph examination, wasn't he?
He was.
Okay. He agreed to do that?
I believe so.
Was that able to take place?
No, it was not.
Why not?
Objection, relevance.
Sustain.
But he did remain cooperative, stayed there voluntarily, correct?
He did.
All right. He was able to leave of his own accord?
You'd have to define that for me.
He was free to go at the end of the interview?
Yes, he was free to go.
He was not under arrest?
He was not under arrest.
He was permitted to return to the residence?
He was.
He was permitted to live there, take his personal belongings, all of those things, no restrictions?
You would have to refer to Detective Sprague for that.
To your knowledge? He was permitted to return to the residence?
He was permitted to return to the residence,
You have a moment, Your Honor?
May? Thank you. Redirect?
No further questions.
May this witness be excused from subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, defense?
No, ma'am.
You may step down. You are excused. We are going to go ahead and take a 15-minute recess if you will follow the deputy out. Be in recess until 3:25. State ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense ready?
Yes.
Before we bring them in, I'm going to be requesting a special jury instruction. I just wanted to call it to the court's attention now orally. There was mention of polygraph. I discussed with the defense just the other day that we were redacting that from his interview. There was an oversight. But the authority I'll be relying on is Hepler versus State, 510 Southern 2nd, 1006, fourth DCA case from 1987. Any mention by a witness about a polygraph in a criminal case is error.
Thank you. We can bring the jury out.
Thank you.
And state you may call your next witness.
Amanda McHugh.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Will you state your name and spell it, please?
Amanda McHugh, AMANDA-MCCUE.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Where do you work?
The Orlando Police Department.
What do you do for them?
I am a latent print examiner.
And what do you have to do to become a latent print examiner?
I do the analysis and comparison of latent prints that are submitted by our crime scene investigators and our officers.
Let me strike that. What did you have to do? The education, experience, and training to become a latent print examiner?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in psychology from the University of Central Florida. I have over 600 hours of advanced fingerprint training endorsed through the International Association for Identification, and I'm also a member of the Florida division of the International Association for Identification.
Have you ever given opinion testimony in a court of law about comparing rolled known prints to latent unknown fingerprints?
I have.
Approximately how many times?
I would say over 65 times now.
Have you ever not been allowed to give opinion testimony in this area?
No.
All right, now on to what you do. Go ahead.
Okay, so I do the analysis and comparison of latent prints that are submitted by our crime scene investigators and our officers. I write reports on my findings, and I testify to those findings in court.
What is a latent fingerprint?
A latent fingerprint is an unintentional recording of the friction-ridged skin that is found on your fingers, palms, and feet. We leave these prints when we touch a surface or an object. These prints are made up of the sweats and the oils that are secreted through the pores of our skin. Latent means hidden. So in order to make them visible, we have to use some sort of chemical or powder means in order to make them visible.
And every time a human being touches the surface with any of this ridged skin of ours on our feet and our hands, do we necessarily leave behind a latent fingerprint?
Not all the time.
And what factors play into this?
Your skin condition can play a factor if your hands are too wet or too dry. The surface type also plays a factor. If you have a raised surface or that's lumpy or bumpy, you may not leave a latent print there. And also, if you're simply wearing gloves, you're not going to leave a fingerprint.
And once somebody does leave a latent fingerprint, handprint, or footprint, is it there for all of eternity?
It is until maybe some environmental factors play a role.
And what sort of environmental factors played this role?
If it's raining or it's dirt or dust gets on there, it could wipe it off.
How about less natural things? So, for instance, a hypothetical of I wiped something down.
Yes, if you were to wipe a surface or clean a surface, you will wipe any fingerprints off of that surface.
In this particular case, let's start with some rolled fingerprints. May I approach the witness with BA composite for identification?
You may.
Showing you BA for identification. You recognize BA for identification?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
These are the inked rolled fingerprints that I took of Mr. David Tronnes on May 18, 2018.
All right, and do you recognize Mr. Tronnes in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you point out where he is and what he's wearing?
He's sitting directly to, like in front of me right here. He's wearing a black jacket with a striped tie and blue shirt.
Let the record reflect she's identified the defendant. And so you told the jury a little bit about latent fingerprints. How do you acquire known or rolled fingerprints?
This is done by applying a thin layer of black fingerprinter's ink to all 10 fingers. You roll each finger nail to nail on a white piece of paper. You can do the same with palm prints by applying the ink there and then rolling the palm on the print. This can also be done electronically through a live scan system as well.
In this particular instance, on May 18th of 2018, it was done with the black ink?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will be A for identification and evidence, composite.
Any objection? Number 73.
And approach the witness with BB, which is in evidence as 40.
You may.
You recognize State's Composite Exhibit 40.
I do.
And what do you recognize it as?
These are the post-mortem fingerprints that were taken by CSI Lewis Kane of Shanti Cooper-Tronnes.
So you didn't roll those prints yourself?
I did not.
They're just identified to you as Shanti Cooper's fingerprints by CSI Kane?
Correct.
Were you asked to compare these two known sets of fingerprints belonging to the defendant as well as the decedent to some unknown latent fingerprints?
I was.
I approach the witness with AU, which is 23 in evidence, AV 24 in evidence, AW 25 in evidence, AX 52 in evidence, AY 53 in evidence, and AZ in 54 in evidence.
May.
Starting with AU, which is 23 in evidence. First of all, do you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
This is the latent lift card that was submitted to me by CSI Monroe.
And where was it said to come from?
This is from the interior on glass door into loft north side of the building.
And were you able to identify it to any of the known prints that we just discussed?
I was.
And where did it identify to?
This is the right thumb of Shanti Cooper-Tronnes.
Now, can you just walk the jury through the identification process? How is it that one looks at a known print and an unknown print and makes the comparison and reaches a conclusion?
Sure. We use the ACE-V methodology. That stands for Analysis, Comparison, Evaluation, and Verification. In the analysis phase, we look for class characteristics and similarities and dissimilarities within the prints. Class characteristics are pattern type, for example. We have 3 types of patterns. There's loops, arches, and whorls. We also look at the individual characteristics such as bifurcations, ridge endings, enclosures, and dots. And then we also look at creases, scars, and pores. And then in the comparison phase, we do a side-by-side comparison where we're with the latent print and the known print, and we start looking for those individual characteristics and the intervening ridges in between those characteristics. And in the
Let me stop you there.
Mm-hmm.
Having done that, Is there any like quantification or set number of things that must match before one can say a latent print matches a rolled print? What is this industry standard, for lack of a better term?
There is no standard number of points in order to do a comparison or even make an identification. We also look at ridge flow and those characteristics and also those creases and scars.
Now turning to AV for identification, if you could just read the exhibit number as well.
Okay, this one is AV Exhibit 24.
All right, and were you able to match that to any part of the known prints from the defendant or the decedent?
Yes, this would be the right index finger of Shanti Cooper-Tronnes.
And where was that said to have been lifted from?
This was lifted from the exterior on glass door into loft, north side of the building.
AW for identification, and if you would, start by reading the number.
Okay, identification AW, Exhibit 25.
And were you able to match that to any of the rolled prints?
Yes, this was the right middle finger of Shanti Cooper-Tronnes.
And where was it said to have been lifted from?
This is from the exterior on glass door into loft, north side of the building.
AX for identification, and what exhibit number is that?
Identification AX, Exhibit 52.
Were you able to match that to any of the known rolled prints?
Yes, this was the left thumb of David Tronnes.
And where was it said to have been lifted from?
This one was located on the northwest side of the bathtub ledge.
AY for identification?
Identification AY, Exhibit 53.
And was that able to be matched to any of the rolled prints?
Yes, this would be the right palm of David Tronnes.
Where was it said to have been lifted from?
This location is center of the bathtub ledge.
And AZ for identification, which number was that?
Okay, identification AZ, Exhibit 54.
Where, and was that able to be matched to any part of the rolled prints?
Yes, there were two latent lifts on this particular lift card. The first latent lift was a left palm of David Tronnes, and the second lift was also the left palm of David Tronnes.
Where were they said to have been lifted from?
These were both located on the northwest side of bathtub ledge.
Were any of the latent lifts that were suitable for comparison in this case that were submitted to you identified to anybody other than the defendant or the decedent?
No, just the defendant and the decedent.
I have no other questions.
Fence Cross?
Good afternoon.
Not unusual to find prints of individuals who live in the home on doors and knobs and windows and bathtubs, is it?
I would expect to find their prints there.
And you are able to detect these prints. Are you able to tell what day and time that they were left there?
No.
And with regards to that these were the only prints that you discovered, these were the only cards and samples that were submitted or discovered by CSI, correct?
Correct.
And if someone entered the home wearing gloves, would you expect them to leave prints?
I would not expect them to leave prints.
All right, thank you. Anything further? Nothing further. Thank you.
No redirect. She may be excused.
Thank you. Any objection, defense? No, Your Honor. Thank you. You may step down. You are excused.
Thank you.
State next witness.
Your Honor, if we could briefly approach.
You may. Thank you. And state, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the state calls Randall Pennington.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you could just introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Randall Pennington. Spelling is Pennington.
And where are you employed?
With the Orlando Police Department, and I'm currently assigned to the Metropolitan Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you been assigned to that bureau?
I've been over there since about 2012.
And what are your job duties with them?
Electronic surveillance, primarily forensics, digital forensics, dumping phones and computers.
And if you could just give the jury a brief summary of your training experience that allows you to do your current job.
I would say for computers and forensics in general, I attended IASIS, which is International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists. It's a volunteer organization that's known worldwide. It starts with about 2 weeks of training. They actually do the class here in Florida. And then from that, we do about 6 months of peer review on it, where we take tests and kind of prove that we have the knowledge for it. In addition to that, I've taken several classes in various tools that we use in forensics, such as Cellbrite products, which are used to extract data from phones, Axiom, which is primarily used for computers, but can also be used for phones, and just various classes throughout my career.
Now, I want to take you back to April 24th of 2018. What was your job title then?
It was the same. I was still working at MBI, and digital forensics was my primary responsibility.
Okay. And did you become involved in an investigation related to the death of Shanti Cooper-Tronnes?
I did.
How did you become involved in that investigation?
I was basically covering the lab. There's very few that kind of agents and officers that do what we do. So if they're called away or if they're working on something, which I think they were actually teaching at IASIS that week, I was covering the lab in case any digital forensics cases came in.
And did you have occasion to respond related to digital forensics to a residence located at 218 East Copeland Drive in Orlando, Florida?
I did.
And did you have an occasion to collect some digital items?
I did.
Let the record reflect I'm showing opposing counsel has been marked for identification as states I. Permission to approach the witness?
You may.
Let the record reflect I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification as states I. If you could just take a look at the packaging, let me know if you recognize it.
I do.
How is it that you recognize it?
I could see the handwriting of the officer that kind of collected it, the homicide detective that would have issued it to us. I could see that it's been sealed at the bottom.
And are these items that you yourself took possession of on that day?
Yes. Sometimes we'll collect stuff in a live state, so it won't be necessarily packaged up like this. But it does look familiar, yes.
Is it a substantially similar condition to when you saw it packaged?
Yes.
At this time, the state offers into evidence what has been previously marked for identification as state's I.
Any objection? Number 74.
And if you could just, are you able to tell from the packaging what is contained in this?
I can. Just according to the labels that are on the package. There are miscellaneous cables, which kind of collect the power cables for them. 4 cell phones, 2 external hard drives, and 1 Lenovo laptop.
Once you collected those items, what did you do with them?
Once I collect the items, depending on what they are, the cell phones, if they're on, we usually try to keep them on. We'll put them in airplane mode, which protects from a remote wipe and from getting additional, let's say, SMS messages, that kind of thing. So once I collect them, I'll try to put them in an airplane mode to protect the data and the evidence on there, and then I'll transport them back to the OPD lab.
The item I want to primarily focus on is an Apple iPhone 8 Plus identified to Shanti Cooper-Tronnes. Is that one of the items that's contained in the package that was just entered?
I believe so. It wasn't listed on the outside of it. I'd have to open it to actually see it.
Okay. Is that something you need to do? I will. What size gloves do you wear?
Extra large.
I think they're right in front of them.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. If you want to set it down, I'll go ahead and take care of it.
And just let us know when and if you're able to locate the Apple iPhone 8 Plus.
I believe this is it right here.
Okay. So that's one of the devices that you did some further testing on or extraction. What did you do with the iPhone 8 Plus?
On that day, basically, I was a delivery boy. I went and collected the evidence. And the reason I was collecting is we have restricted access back at the digital forensics lab. So if we're going to put it into the Faraday room, there's only certain officers that can get into that.
Let me stop you there. Yeah. If you could just explain to the jury, what is a Faraday room?
Sure. So a Faraday room, the best comparison that I could give you is like your microwave at home. If you were to put your phone in the microwave and try to call it, it won't go through because there's stuff built into it that kind of protects signals really on a microwave from getting out. Well, our Faraday room is built for stuff getting in. So it's to cut off cellular service, Wi-Fi, and Bluetooth. So communications cannot be made with that device.
Okay. So you took that phone and the other phones into the Faraday room. What happens there?
At that point, we would have just kind of staged them or run power to them so that they don't die. I believe some of the phones on scene I was able to put into airplane mode. It's just really to kind of protect them. If we take them just back to the lab and just kind of set them on a desk, even though we were able to put them into airplane mode, there is a chance they still could connect by Wi-Fi or Bluetooth. So the Faraday room is just a stable platform for that, kind of an extra layer of protection.
And at some point, did you do an extraction on that phone?
I did not do any extractions on the devices.
Was that passed on for Detective Woodyard?
It was.
And so essentially, you took the phones, particularly that iPhone we were speaking of, you put it in the Faraday room, made sure it wasn't turned off, and then it was turned over to Woodyard for his work?
Correct. Like I said, I work over at MBI, so I have a different lab setting that I work in. OPD lab is different from where I work, really just because we're short. It's just to cover that when they're not there. So I'll step in and kind of do the same thing I would at MBI, but just with OPD.
If you could just put those back in.
Sure.
There we go.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, State. Defense, Cross?
No questions for the witness.
Then, any objection to this witness being excused, State?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. You are excused. State, you may call your next witness.
Robert Woodyard?
You solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you shall give to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I was preoccupied. If you haven't spelled your name, would you? And if you did, let me know.
Robert Woodyard, Woodyard.
Where do you work?
The Orlando Police Department.
What do you do for them?
I'm the supervisor of our digital forensic lab.
How long have you worked in the Orlando Police Department Digital Forensics Lab?
6 years.
All right. And what sort of background in training, education, and experience did you have to join the lab? And then tell us about any continuing experience and education you've had since joining the lab 6 years ago.
Okay, so in 2012 is when I began my on-the-job training. In our agency, we have this setup where you can temporarily be assigned to other units to express interest or see if it's something you want to do eventually. So that's when I started training under other examiners that are in that unit. In 2014, I received my computer forensic certification from an association called IACIS, IACIS, which involves a year-long peer review phase of just back and forth coach training, learning the specifics of doing computer forensics specifically. In 2017, I went through a similar process to get my mobile device forensic examiner certification. That's from a company called Celebrate, which same focus, learning the ins and outs of forensics as it relates instead now to mobile devices specifically. Since then, I've received hundreds of hours of training. In order to maintain my certifications, I have to show that I continually get furthered education. I'm also, like I said, the supervisor of my unit, so I now have to make sure that my examiners that work under me get the same education as well, and I also instruct on this topic.
Now, around April 24th or after April 24th in 2018, did you receive a bunch of digital devices, including 4 cellular phone devices, in regards to an investigation regarding the death of Shanti Cooper-Tronnes?
Yes, sir.
And how is it that you come across these items? Where do you find them? How are they delivered to you? Take us through that process.
So it can be a number of different ways. My unit is set up to support other officers within our agency. So anytime a detective or officer runs into a device that they believe might contain electronic evidence, then it ends up coming to us. The ways that can happen is they can call us directly to the scene, and we can assist with seizing the device directly from there, or they can have someone seize it and bring it to our unit to work on it there.
And which occurred in this instance?
A little bit of both. We had some devices taken from the scene and brought to the lab, and some devices brought from the case agent themselves. A little bit of a mix.
Okay. Specifically regarding an iPhone 8 Plus that was recovered on April 24th, how was that particular device presented to you?
I believe that was one of the ones that was seized by Agent Pennington.
All right, and how did he bring it to your attention?
He was called to assist on the scene and delivered those devices to the lab. Once they were in the lab, I was notified that there were devices there waiting for examination.
And going into the details later, through the digital forensic imaging and data acquisition from that iPhone 8 Plus, did you come to learn who its owner was said to be based on that data and other information?
Yes, sir.
And who is that?
Shanti Cooper-Tronnes.
And were there two devices, and we'll go into the details later, that were attributed to David Tronnes, the defendant in this case?
Yes, sir.
What devices were those?
May I refer to my report?
Refresh your memory, please read it to yourself, and then let me know if it did.
Okay. Yes.
And for the record, you're reading from your own report?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did it refresh your memory?
I did.
Tell us about the two devices that ended up being attributed to the defendant, David Tronnes.
I have a ZTE Z Max Pro and a Samsung Galaxy S7 Edge.
And was one of those two devices a little bit in disrepair with cracked screens?
Yes.
Which of the two?
The Z Max Pro.
We have some gloves in front of you, and we have eye for identification, which came in as an exhibit as well. Could you glove up and retrieve the phones from that bag to your left? You need to conceal. It's in evidence if you want to. If it's
Oh, okay. Yes.
What do you have there in your hands?
The ZTE.
Okay. And what else can you, is that the full brand name of this device, is just ZTE?
It's a Z Max Pro, the model number. It's kind of faded on here. Let me see.
Let me just stop you with this. Apple or another manufacturer? Who's the manufacturer of that device?
ZTE.
Okay. And that particular device, does it have a cracked screen?
It does.
Can you just show it to the jury? All right. And when you do these digital forensic downloads or imaging, do you take photographs of the image of the devices that you're imaging?
Yes.
So you've photographed this device before?
Yes.
Were you able to image it?
Yes.
All right. And can you get the other device? Just get all four phones out, and we'll talk about them one by one.
Okay.
What do you have now?
This is the Samsung Galaxy S7 Edge.
And I see that these devices now have white stickers on them. I assume that's not from the manufacturer?
No, that's from us.
All right. And what sort of labeling information is on these devices?
The case number, typically, letting us know what case this device is related to.
Okay. And what type of device was this again?
Samsung Galaxy S7 Edge.
Who did it end up being attributed to?
This one attributed to David Tronnes.
Okay. All right. You can set it next to the ZTE. Next device. That looks like an old phone.
Yes. This is going to be the 5S, the Apple iPhone 5S.
And who is that attributed to after imaging?
I have one for Jackson Cooper's and James Cooper's.
Okay. All right. Set that aside. Next phone. What type of device is this?
This is the Apple iPhone.
In which model?
8 Plus.
And would you say that has a rose-colored case?
Yes.
Who is that attributed to ultimately?
Shanti Cooper-Tronnes.
All right. And you can put that phone down too. Let's take that last phone, the iPhone 8S, as an example. What do you do to extract information from this device? How do you physically do it? What hardware tools, what software tools in a general sense? And we'll dig in deeper.
Okay. So in the most general sense, we have different tools that we can utilize that essentially send instructions to these devices. So depending on the security that's put in place, whether we know the password or not, different things like that can determine what kind of extraction of data we would get. But typically, in the order that we would prefer to get it, we would connect our device to our specific tool, and we would request that that device extracts everything, as literally as much as it possibly can. The device, our tool would try to send the commands to that phone and say, essentially, give me all of your data. If something blocks that, security, again, not knowing the password, something like that, we could try a little bit of a lower level where instead of getting all of that data, we would get what we call a file system extraction. So instead, you would get all of the files and folders that are located on that device. The big difference would be what we consider unallocated space, or anything that's currently not being used by the phone, whether that's old deleted information or part of the device that's just never saved data before. We wouldn't get that in that type of extraction. And then our final lowest level of extraction, we're just logically collecting what you as a user would be able to see on your device. So if you could open it up and scroll through it and see the text messages and pictures, then that's likely what we would recover as well. And again, this is an automated thing that happens between our forensic software and the device.
All right. Now, you mentioned a file operating system. I will just, without plugging Microsoft, I will give Windows as an example because I believe it's the most popular one, and we might be the most familiar with that one. Can you just kind of analogize how a phone works and stores data for the jury to help them understand by comparing it to like how a computer, would use Windows to store data?
Yeah, of course. I think everyone's familiar with Windows, hopefully, and you probably have a phone, so you've seen what we consider an operating system. And that's really just how you interact with the device. So if you're on your computer and you double-click on a folder and that folder opens, you are using the operating system to do that. That's how you're talking to the machine that you're using. Whereas a file system, like I mentioned, is really just how your files and folders on that device are organized. So if you want to find something, how does your computer know where to look for it and find it? That would be using your file system. So one of the common questions to go along with how these things work is how deletion works within these two systems. So your operating system is designed, again, for you to talk to that machine. So if I open my phone and I delete a picture, my operating system says, you don't want to see that picture anymore. So it doesn't show it to you anymore because you deleted it. However, nothing really happens. A little flag is set within the data that says where this picture is saved in the file system is now available if something else needs to be saved there. But until that happens, that deleted picture just resides for an unknown period of time until finally that piece of data gets overwritten by new data. And that's when finally that file actually goes away.
Okay. What level of extraction were you able to get out of that iPhone 8 Plus with the Rose case?
So that's an extraction that we call an advanced logical extraction. The reasoning for that is it kind of lives between that logical extraction we talked about and the file system extraction. It's not all of the files and folders, so we don't like to call it a full file system extraction, but it's more than what you as a user would see if you just kind of scrolled through the phone. So a little bit of an in-between there.
What sort of software tool did you use to get this information from that device?
Cellebrite's physical analyzer.
And that's the one you testified being trained on and being familiar with and using?
Yes.
How often do you use Cellebrite?
All day, every day.
All right. And can you get what we would call text messages, and are those called SMS at the lowest level of text messages?
Yes, SMS would be the short message service, which is essentially the point-to-point text messages that most people are used to seeing.
When a device is an iPhone, can you get the little iMessage or iChats or whatever they're called too?
Yes.
Phone calls in and out?
Yes.
Contact information, like who you add as your contacts in your phone?
Yes.
What other sorts of information were you able to extract from this iPhone 8 Plus?
If you can think of it being on your device, it's typically going to be there. So GPS coordinates, all that.
All right. How about the health tracker step things?
Yes.
Can you tell us your familiarity with that and what you generally were able to get from this iPhone 8s?
Okay, so for many years now, our devices have gotten to the point where they want to help us with our health. Started off the most simple way of counting your steps, flights of stairs that you take, and now it's gotten crazy to where they're doing all kinds of things, but in order for your device to track that, it has to store it somewhere. So in Apple's case, that data is stored in a database, a SQLite database specifically, where it will keep track of things like when it is registering that you've taken steps or you've gone up or down a flight of stairs, or if it's set up a certain way, it can get your calories burned, and all of that would go into a database.
Was that sort of data extracted from this device, the iPhone 8 Plus?
Yes, it was.
All right. Now, with the software tool, can you generate some of the other data we've been discussing, such as the chats and emails, which I guess we didn't discuss? Can you get emails and web browsing and all that information as well?
Yes.
All right. Can you get it put into all in one place called a timeline, which shows all of this activity that the phone's involved in by date and timestamp?
Yes.
And can you just explain the timeline to the jury?
Yeah, if you think about what's stored on your phone right now, you'd probably think that there's a lot, and you'd be right. So your web history, phone calls, text messages, anything like that, they're all going to have some form of timestamp related to them. So the timeline feature allows us to chronologically lay out these artifacts. So it's not really artifact specific, and when I say artifact, I'm talking about like emails, phone calls, those are each individual artifacts. This is more chronologically based. So by a day and date and time, it will lay out kind of a view of everything that happened during that day.
And can you tell the jury what an IMEI is and what other information goes into identifying a particular device physically, and then the type of information that shows who may be the owner or user of a device?
So an IMEI is a device or a number that uniquely identifies the transmitter within a handset. So in order for that particular device to talk to a network, make phone calls, receive phone calls, it has to be able to be uniquely identified. Or I would try to call you and it would call 7 different people. That's a number that we use in lieu of a serial number. Essentially, if that number is on that device, there will be no other devices with that same IMEI. And that's a number that we use to uniquely identify that device. In terms of ownership or user attribution, what we typically look for is common signs of use by a particular person. So when you set up your device for the first time, it usually asks you what your name is. It'll ask for your email address. It'll ask for information such as that. Then if you're logged into Facebook and Instagram and people are calling you by your name and you're texting people and saying, hey, this is insert name here. Things like that, eventually at the end we say it is reasonable to say that this person is the person that is primarily using that device.
And what was the name attributed to the iPhone 8s when it was set up in the operating system?
That was Shanti Cooper-Tronnes.
Was there a phone number associated with it?
Yes.
What was that phone number?
May I look?
Yes, sir.
That would be 321-444-8629.
And how does a particular device get a phone number that the phone companies in the rest of the world will recognize as that phone number?
So typically you'd just go whatever service provider you want to go to, and they'll give you a phone number, and they'll usually give you a SIM card along with it. in order to facilitate communication with their network, so that number will be the number that's used to dial your phone.
All right, now, were you able to extract the health information data, particularly for April 23rd and April 24th of 2018 off of this device?
Yes.
And were you able to extract a timeline and then specifically carve out that timeline for April 23rd and April 24th of 2018?
Yes.
All right. Additionally, are you familiar, and I know the answer to this, but I'm asking anyways, with iCloud?
I am.
What is the iCloud?
So iCloud is a cloud service available specifically for Apple devices. So not just iPhones, but any Apple device can be used to back up your data, and also is used for what we call continuity. So that's where you can send a message from your phone and receive the response on your MacBook and back and forth, and really just save your data throughout your devices.
And were you asked to review some of the iCloud data relating to Shanti Cooper's Apple ID?
Yes.
And did it come with a business record certification from Apple?
It did.
Okay. And did you specifically review outgoing emails made by her for the month of April, or at least attributed to her Apple account?
Yes.
May I approach the witness with BY and BZ?
May.
You recognize the contents of BY, a digital evidence item?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
That business record you were talking about, as well as the emails.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move BY for identification into evidence.
Any objection?
May I take a look at what you have on there?
May. Will be introduced as number 75.
going to Mr. Clerk. I'll ask you to review BZ for identification. You have an opportunity to review the PDF and the Excel spreadsheet on this exhibit?
I did.
And what do you recognize them to be?
The PDF is the export of that timeline that we talked about, chronologically breaking down some artifacts, and the iPhone 8 Excel in there is a export of the health database.
And is that limited to April 23rd and April 24th of 2018?
Yes.
At this time, the state would move BZ for identification into evidence.
Any objection? Number 76.
Permission to publish 76.
You may proceed.
Starting with the file that's a PDF labeled 42318 and 42418 timeline. What are we looking at here? And let me enlarge it a little bit. What are we looking at here in this numbered column?
Just the number for that particular record.
All right, and then the second column, what sort of information is stored here?
The type of artifact that it is.
So web history, probably self-evident. What about searched items?
Again, just typing in what you would be searching for.
Activities?
Those would come back to those steps or different items within the health database.
Going over to the far column that's visible on the screen, 179850, that's not suggesting anybody took that many steps in that amount of time?
It is not.
What does that suggest?
Without seeing the database entry, which would make it a little bit more clear, it has to have a baseline number to count off of in order to show activity.
Okay. Call log, what would that mean?
Call activity, whether ingoing or outgoing.
And in that next column, it'll show either ingoing or outgoing, like this column?
Correct.
And if it's a 2, it might show the number that's being called?
That's correct.
And then this time over in the far column that's visible, is that how long the duration of the call is?
Yes.
Let's talk about the column with the date there and what UTC -4 means so that the jury understands. Can you tell us?
Yes. So most electronic devices store time in what is called a UTC time, or 0 hour. So time without an offset over in like England or wherever 0 hour happens to be. And then from that particular point, moving in the earth, you would move either plus X amount of hours for an offset or minus X amount of hours for an offset. Here on the eastern coast of the U.S., we jump back and forth between -4 and -5, depending on if we're in daylight savings time or not.
And late April is in daylight savings time, the same time frame we're still in for another couple weeks?
Yes.
All right. Log entries, that's a new one. What is that?
So that would have to, you see on the far right what's actually happening there. Log entries are going to be coming out of logging databases or artifacts that are showing either usage of an application, usage of data, different things like that.
Instant messages, is that what we think it means?
It is.
And incoming and outgoing, self-evident as well?
Correct.
Now, we see that there's a phone number attributed to this one here at 829, also a name. When there is a name, is that somebody that's in contacts?
Yes.
And then below in row 831, we see from 321-444-8629 Shanti Cooper. Is that the phone identifying itself?
It is?
And the name that the person that chose to put into the phone?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I don't believe there's any different items to discuss. So let's go to web history. There's several entries at 1806 and 1807 for Pizza Hut. First of all, 1806, does that mean 6 p.m. for the rest of us?
It does.
So it's just minus 12?
Correct.
And then if it's a number greater than 11, then it means it's PM. Like 0000 would be midnight, 1200 would be PM.
Yes.
Okay. So if there were testimony that ultimately comes out about Pizza Hut for dinner that night, this seems to corroborate that.
It does.
Okay. Looking at row 1068 or 1068, that is an outgoing call made to James Cooper with his phone number? Is that
Yes.
Duration of 3 seconds?
That's correct.
And a quick return phone call almost immediately, like overlapping, it looks like.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that after that call at line 1068 at 10:22 p.m. on April 23rd, 2018, there were no more outgoing calls or text messages or outgoing anything from the device?
Yes.
Turning to the second file, the Excel spreadsheet. All right, first column, again, seems to be numerical, just showing a data entry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You agree?
Yes.
What's going on in this name column?
So not to get crazy, these SQLite databases that we're dealing with here are called relational databases. It typically has multiple different tables used to store the data. So a record will have to have some form of unique name or a way to identify that particular record so that that information can be paired up with more information about that particular record from a different table.
Okay. We'll drop that there. Data type, distance, steps, and then I believe there's also flights?
Likely, yes.
And do those all mean what we think it means?
They do.
And flights doesn't kind of differentiate, at least in this table of up and down?
No.
E and F, those columns show the start and end time. Again, they're in UTC. Is that the same explanation given on the previous file for UTC?
It is.
So it's already corrected from UTC. So 1932 would mean 7:32 p.m. Is that correct for row 16?
Yes.
All right. We won't deep dive into where it's stored, but does that have something to do with G?
It does.
All right. So looking specifically at row 13 and row 12 above it, row 13's entry according to E and F is 4:23, 2018, 11:19 p.m., and ending 4:23, 2018, 11:25 p.m. Is that what this row 13 says?
Yes.
And a distance of 9.07. Is this one of those devices that uses meters as opposed to feet?
It is.
All right. And so, for American purposes, a meter is 3 feet?
It is.
All right. There is no other entry until row 12, April 24th, 2018 at 10:11 p.m., correct?
That's correct.
So this device registered no distance, no steps, no flights between essentially 23-hour span of time.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Clerk, when we have the lights for a little bit. One of the two devices attributed to Mr. Tronnes, the defendant, were you able to extract a video from April 18th, 2024, or 2018?
Yes.
Which device was that? The ZTE that's cracked or the other device?
Well, I'd have to.
If that would refresh your memory, please do so.
Okay. Actually, that video is not specifically mentioned. I just have that I took a lot of videos and pictures out of the S7 Edge.
Okay. May I approach with BS for identification?
You may.
Before we get into BS, did one of the two devices attributed to the defendant not even have a SIM card? It wasn't really being used as a cell phone?
That's correct, yes.
Which one was that?
The S7 Edge appeared to be primarily used as kind of like a camera.
All right, looking at the contents of BS.
That's up there.
I know.
Oh.
We're not going to look until it's not up there.
I got scared. All right.
Can you tell me whether you recognize the video?
Yes.
All right. And now, are you familiar with the term metadata?
I am.
What is metadata?
Metadata is essentially data about data. So a particular picture or video or what have you is going to contain some form of information about itself, like the date and time that picture was taken, maybe even the location in which that picture was taken, the device that took it, different things like that.
And when you got this video, did it have any metadata accompanying it off of the device attributed to David Tronnes, the defendant?
Yes.
And what was the metadata as far as the date and time?
I would need the actual report for that.
Okay. Do you have your actual
No,
report?
that thing's very big.
Okay. All right. But you do recognize this as something extracted from one of the devices attributed to the defendant?
Yes, sir.
And are there also 3 still photographs taken from that video?
There are.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move BS for identification and evidence.
Any objection? Number 77.
Permission to publish?
You may.
My dad, I didn't know my dad has a new job and he has to come earlier.
The AC's on. Come on.
Love you.
Sir?
My dad has, I have to
He's
go.
right here.
Because my dad gets up early on his new job.
Okay. Who's probably today? I don't know. We'll find out.
Love you, Dad.
Love you so much, sweetheart.
Bye, Doggy. Bye, Treasure Bangs. Love you, boy. Mom. Mom.
Love you guys so much.
Are you recording me?
Yes. What do you like to say?
Go ahead.
Have a good day, guys, and I will record you tomorrow.
Love you so much, Jax. Have a good night tonight, okay?
Okay, love you.
Guarantee we'll talk to everybody we need to talk to. We'll do whatever we can do, okay?
100%.
Like we always do.
Absolutely.
Okay, Dolly, come on, boo. Come on, baby girl. That's a girl. That's my girl. That a girl, sweetheart. Okay, are you guys ready? There we go. Good boy, Charlie. Just gonna go, let's see, what are we gonna say? We're gonna go out here where Jackson is waiting for Jim. And we're gonna take a quick look at our pick-a-bean. I think we may have had more frost damage than we knew. There's the cactus. Yeah, there's some new fronds, maybe? Oh, there is a new frond in the middle. This is really slow coming out. You can see it right at the top. There it is. I thought we lost you, Pick-a-Bean. And there's the bougainvillea, which is all blooming. Hey, Jim. Big Jim. All right. And here's the breezeway. Here is the house with the center supports and the first set of trusses up. And that's the stairway opening that was the wine cellar. Okay, and two doors on this side. One goes to the garage, and the other one goes upstairs, and that's basically the apartment, which I guess I can actually go all the way up here and show you. You come up the stairs. We've got 3 windows on the side. And then it's just a full open. It's about 800 square feet at the top of the stairs. And there's a full bath as well back in the corner. The windows let in a lot of light. Also a lot of heat, of course. And then we've got a door here that goes to the rooftop deck, which is above the family room. So, all right. All right, I think we got it all. And here's Charlie and Dolly. Hi, sweethearts. Good boy, good girl. That a boy, that a girl. Charlie has his Frisbee, and Dolly is looking for hers. Love you guys. See you soon.
Does the file name refresh your memory as to the possible date and time of this video?
Yes, that's a normal naming convention for a lot of pictures and videos. Just has the date there, 2018/04/18, underscore followed by the unique name of the file.
And Would 17:01:33 correspond to 5:01 p.m. 33 seconds?
Yes.
Turning now to the three still images. No other questions of this witness?
In defense, you may cross.
Good afternoon.
Is it safe to say that your job is primarily to know how to extract these files and to obtain the data, not necessarily to understand all the science behind it?
It is my job to understand the science.
Okay. Are you able to program a phone or to build a phone, or are you just learning the science about extracting it and how the files work?
I also have to know how the phone's hardware works.
Okay. But you're not designing the systems, correct?
I am not.
Have you had any specific training through Apple as to how their health tracker app works specifically?
Apple doesn't do training for forensics, but there's lots of documentation on how they do what they do.
Okay. Have you, as part of your education, have you done any specific education about health tracker apps and how they work?
Yes.
Okay. And have you done any, have you learned anything about their accuracy through that training?
Yes.
Okay. Have you read some of the studies that show that they are notoriously underreporting steps?
Objection, improper impeachment.
Sustained.
What kinds of things have you learned about the nature of the health tracker apps and how they register steps?
I know that they're using different pieces of hardware within the device in order to track what it is believing is a step.
Have you read any articles about their accuracy?
Yes.
Okay. And have you read any articles that are negatively talking about the accuracy of the step counters?
I have.
Okay. And what kinds of things have you learned about the accuracy of step counters?
That they can be on par, they can be a little bit over, and they can be a little bit under.
Okay. So they're not entirely accurate.
Correct.
Has the technology with the Apple Health Tracker, has it changed since 2018?
Yes.
Has Apple taken steps to make it more accurate over time?
Among other things.
Now, the health tracker, it only tracks your steps when the phone is on your person, correct?
It depends.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Were you asked to do an extraction or any analysis of any type of Apple Watch?
I was not.
Fitbit?
No.
Garmin?
Nope.
Any other body-worn tracking device?
No.
Okay. So the only thing that you were asked to do was to extract this particular phone?
That's correct.
Today you've only been asked to talk about the Apple step tracker information, correct?
That's not how that works.
Okay. Tell me about that.
I don't have to examine the devices that can feed into that database to see the results from those devices.
Okay. As far as that Apple tracker, do you have any personal knowledge of whether it was tracking based on a body-worn device or just the phone itself?
I do not.
Okay. I'll leave that alone. Based on your knowledge of the Apple Health Tracker, are you aware of whether it continues to count steps when there's a loss of signal?
Signal in terms of?
Cellular service.
Yes, it will.
It will continue?
Yes.
Did the iPhone 8 belonging to Ms. Cooper-Tronnes, are you aware of whether it had a sleep tracker?
I do not know.
You didn't find any records of that in your extraction?
Not that I saw.
Based on your training, do you have any knowledge about whether if you pick up your phone to look at it, to check a text message, if that registers steps?
No, I wouldn't be able to say if it would or wouldn't. You'd kind of be hit or miss.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Just briefly. Did you check whether or not those devices had been connected to any Wi-Fi's?
Yes.
And was the iPhone 8 Plus in the Rose case connected to the Wi-Fi in the residence as of about 5:30 that evening?
It was.
Acceleration. Are you familiar with that physics term?
Yes.
Is that something that is measured by these devices in order to generate step counts?
That is one of the many sensors, yes.
Do they also have gyroscopes?
They do.
What's a gyroscope?
Picking up your bearing.
Okay. And so, barring some way of very minimally accelerating the movement of this phone device, it's unlikely to have picked up extra steps without being moved by some external force, correct?
That's correct.
And as far as undercounting, your testimony is if somebody grabs it real quick and looks at it and puts it back down, you're not sure if that would register a step or not.
Correct.
Okay. But we do know from the data in this phone that it does register flights of stairs.
It does.
Did so several times in the last 2 days of data, April 23rd and April 24th, correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Anything further from this witness defense?
No,
Any
ma'am.
objection to this witness being released?
State doesn't.
No objection.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
And you are released.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Approach. We're going to go ahead and recess for the weekend. I want to remind you again, you'll be able to recite this by the time I'm finished, but that you're not to talk to anyone about this case, including each other. You're not to do any research about the case, look up anything about the people or places involved. It includes newspapers, computers, anything else, television. You're not to allow anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about the case. If anyone attempts to, stop them. Tell them you are on one of the jurors trying the case. Ask them to stop. If they persist, leave them at once and immediately report the matter to the court deputy. We will be in recess until 9:30 on Monday. Have a good weekend. You can follow the deputy out. State, anything else prior to recess?
No, nothing further from the state.
Defense? Then we'll be in recess until 9:30 on Monday. 2.
Today. bags in the box. Good. I'll straighten this.